country where we grow, live, and do our best. A small country, maybe, but with big achievements.
We believe that the country has the potential to live up to the requirements.
2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff. We go to Moldova. 230.
Fast development. Great wines. And big chances to become better. A small country, a big heart. Moldova's most important resource is people. We are committed to make our country a better place for all of us. We have to continue working with dedication. Because great countries are founded by great people. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Moldova Business Week 2022. And meet Marin Ciobanu, General Director of Invest Moldova Agency.
Bună ziua, stimați prieteni ai Republicii Moldova! Stimată doamnă prim-ministru Natalia Gavriliță, Alteța sa regală Principele Radu al României, stimate domnul Ianis Maizex, înalt reprezentant al Uniunii Europene, stimate domnule Ken Longston, ambasador al Statelor Unite ale Americii în Republica Moldova, stimate Francis Fukuyama, invitat special al evenimentului, onorați membri ai corpului diplomatic, stimați deputați, stimați membri ai guvernului, distinși oaspeți. Este o plăcere deosebită pentru mine și întreaga echipă Agenției de Investiții să vă urăm un bun venit la evenimentul Moldova Business Week cu genericul Moldova destinație de relocare și soluții pentru lanțul de aprovizionare regională. Acest eveniment este organizat de Agenția de Investiții în parteneriat cu Agenția de Cooperare Internațională a Germaniei și Agenția Statelor Unite pentru Dezvoltare Internațională. De fapt, acest parteneriat este de lungă durată, reprezentând un pilon al progresului și al investițiilor în Republica Moldova. Permiteți-mi să adresez un mesaj cordial de bun venit și să le aduc cele mai călduroase mulțumiri investitorilor care deja au investit în Republica Moldova, celor care sunt în vizită și probabil vor investi. Un mulțumesc deosebit fraților de peste Prut, care sunt reprezentați aici de o delegație numeroasă, pentru sprijinul politic constant, dar și pentru angajamentul lor profund de a realiza investiții în Republica Moldova și, nu în ultimul rând, pentru că ne sunt parteneri de încredere și prieteni. Nu voi vorbi astăzi despre statutul de țară candidat de aderare la Uniunea Europeană și perspectivele enorme economice care se deschid în fața noastră, dat fiind faptul că următorii vorbitori sunt mai indicați pentru acest lucru, inclusiv prin prisma aportului real adus în obținerea acestui statut. Despre oportunitățile investiționale pe care le oferă țara noastră vor vorbi colegii mei și asociațiile de business. Eu însăși aș dori să mă opresc la câteva lucruri esențiale cu referință la abordarea și viziunea în raport cu noile circumstanțe internaționale, investitori care deja au investit, dar și pentru cei care sunt în căutarea de noi locații, precum și la acțiunile imediat următoare pe care le vom întreprinde pentru a spori atractivitatea țării noastre. Războiul în țara vecină, creșterea prețului la resurse energetice, epidemiei de coronavirus au provocat amenințări serioase asupra multor economii naționale, iar declanșarea unei crize economice mondiale este practic inevitabilă. Perturbarea, iar uneori întreruperea lanțurilor de aprovizionare globală reprezintă un impact major asupra sectorului industrial și logistic. Lanțurile de aprovizionare sunt revizuite, consolidate și regândite. Țările care vor fi mai competitive și vor oferi un mediu de afaceri mai atractiv, stimulente fiscale suplimentare, vor putea beneficia de pe urma investițiilor în noile locații destinate lanțurilor de aprovizionare. Aș începe cu cel mai important lucru, și anume cu companiile care au realizat deja investiții la noi în țară. Din păcate, Republica Moldova în ultimii 30 de ani a fost grav afectată de coronavirus corupție. Eu o să-i zic în continuare COVID-C, din cauza căruia noi am ratat zeci de companii și mii de locuri de muncă. Problema atragerii investiții străine directe pentru Republica Moldova este cu atât mai actuală și mai importantă, cu cât posibilitățile interne ale statului și ale agenților economici locali sunt limitate și insuficiente pentru a relansa economia grav afectată de o perioadă lungă de dezindustrializare. Studiile internaționale arată că, din volumul anual de investiții într-o țară, peste 50% sunt investițiile companiilor care deja au investit. Acest lucru se confirmă și în Republica Moldova. Avem compania Drexelmeier, care s-a extins de câteva ori și acum are 4 fabrici în gestiune. Sumitomo la Orhei și mai nou la Strășeni. Gebauer Griller, care s-a extins în 2016, iar în acest an a dat start unui nou proiect investițional. Chiar dacă cota întreprinderilor cu capital străin este numai de 7,5% a întreprinderilor cu capital străin, au o contribuție semnificativă în formarea bugetului, contribuind cu 30% din toate impozitele de venit acumulate la buget. Angajații companiilor cu investiții străine directe primesc în mediu salarii de 2 ori mai mari comparativ cu salariile oferite de companiile locale. Este imperativ să protejăm și să susținem investitorii care au investit în Republica Moldova. De altfel riscăm să-i pierdem. Investitorul este ca o fată mare, pe care întâi trebuie să o cucerești, să-i dorești flori, să o duci la teatru, să o impresionezi. Odată cucerită, trebuie să intre în voie, să o satisfaci din toate punctele de vedere. De altfel, ea pleacă la altul. Într-un cuvânt, după părerea mea, investitorul trebuie tratat precum vaca sfântă în India. Nu exagerez când spun acest lucru, de multe ori sunt întrebat care a fost cheia succesului în dezvoltarea zonei economice libere Bălți, pe care am avut onoarea să o creez la începutul anului 2010 și să o administrez până la 1 septembrie 2022. Creată în câmp, zona economică liberă Bălți, cu peste 10.000 de locuri de muncă, a ajuns astăzi să asigure 33% din exportul industrial ale țării și 15% din exporturile totale ale țării. Simplu, mi-am propus ca scop să lucrez și să apăr fiecare companie de parcă ar fi compania mea. Pe parcursul a 12 ani de activitate am înregistrat peste 80 de companii, niciuna nu a primit refuz, iar împreună cu colegii mei, pentru viitorii rezidenți investitori, la necesitate am pregătit toate documentele și actele. Sigur că în cale apăreau diferite forme ale COVID-ului C, dar în timp lumea a înțeles că investitorii sunt străini, sunt bine vaccinați și au imunitate la aceste mutații ale COVID-ului C. Cu mici excepții, în ultimii ani, mutanții COVID-ului C au dispărut, iar cu sosirea medicului sanitar principal din Statele Unite ale Americii, la Procuratura Anticorupție, doamnei Veronica Drăgălin, cred că și ultimii mutanți ai COVID-ului C vor fi stârpiți. Este vital important să-i tratăm pe toți, fiindcă de altfel, ca în vorba românească, un nebun aruncă o piatră în apă și 10 înțelepți nu pot să o scoată. Localnicii înțeleg la ce am făcut aluzie. Pentru investitorii care doresc să investească în Republica Moldova, vreau să le comunic că suntem foarte flexibili, avem tot timpul urechea plecată și acționăm la necesitățile și cerințele lor. Astfel, la solicitarea companiilor străine a fost creat Colegiul de Inginerie, pe care am avut onoarea să-l conduc în paralel cu zona economică liberă. Colegiul pregătește tehnicieni, maestri, mecatroniști pentru mașini, unelte, scule. Forța de muncă calificată, mai ales cea cu profil tehnic, este cheia succesului în procesul de atragere a noilor investitori. Vreau de asemenea să vă anunț că în curând la Chișinău va fi deschis cel mai mare centru de formare, inițial cu 2 direcții de competență, prelucrare de metal și producerea de masă plastică prin injecție. Datorită GIS, Agenției de Cooperare Internațională a Germaniei, și pe această cale doresc să-i mulțumesc doamnei Vădiță, șefa pentru programul învățământ dual, care ne-a alocat 500.000 de euro și am procurat din Statele Unite cele mai performante mașini cu programare numerică cu 5 axe, care nici industrie nu are. De asemenea, doresc să mulțumesc și doi ministri care reprezintă Agenția Statelor Unite pentru Dezvoltare Internațională, cu care am semnat un acord de $1.000.000 care vor fi investite în acest centru. Mașinile de prelucrare de metal sunt deja în drum din Statele Unite spre Moldova, iar cele pentru produselor de masă plastică prin injecții, 3 la număr, sunt deja în Moldova. Astfel, vom ridica capacitățile companiilor autohtone, dar totodată vom oferi posibilitatea de instruire și formare a forței de muncă la comanda investitorilor străini. Noi conștientizăm faptul că toate strategiile și politicile de atragere a investițiilor trebuie să fie focusate pe creșterea capitalului uman. Am convenit cu doamna prim-ministru să creăm o platformă de cercetare, dezvoltare și inovare în inginerie, cu facilități fiscale atractive, iar în acest sens au fost identificate deja circa 20.000 de metri pătrați. Pentru a stimula investițiile private, cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare, la nivel internațional, guvernele alocă din ce în ce mai multe resurse publice sub formă de subvenții sau stimulente fiscale. Noi trebuie să creăm premize, în rest, mediul de afaceri este activ. Ceva similar avem în parcul virtual IT, cu circa 1200 de companii înregistrate, cifra de afaceri de 8 miliarde de lei și, cel mai important, peste 15.000 de locuri de muncă create. Doamnelor și domnilor, avem copii foarte talentați, care în condiții foarte grele de antrenamente ocupă locuri de frunte la diferite competiții internaționale, muzică, sport, inginerie. Vreau să amintesc că acum 2 ani în urmă, în Dubai, din 191 de echipe, tinerii noștri la 3 categorii au devenit campioni. Vom investi mult în educație, fiindcă fără forță de muncă calificată nu poți atrage investiții calitative, cu o valoare adăugată înaltă și salarii foarte atractive. Iar pe de altă parte, dacă nu oferi oportunități tinerilor, nu este secret pentru nimeni, ei pleacă pe hotarele țării. Aceste două procese trebuie să aibă loc în paralel, formarea forței de muncă și atragerea de investiții. Pe această cale doresc să accentuez că ușa la agenție de investiții este mereu deschisă și veți avea tot suportul din partea echipei într-o realizare cu succes a proiectelor investiționale la noi în țară. Iar noi vom avea grijă să vă susținem și să vă satisfacem la toate etapele ale procesului investițional. În cazul că nu dă Doamne undeva vor exista simptome de COVID-C, vă promit că vom acționa prompt și vom sensibiliza toate instituțiile statului pentru contracararea acestui fenomen. Vă rog să acceptați sincera noastră prețuire pentru angajamentul, dedicarea și viziunea dumneavoastră care au avut efecte remarcabile asupra investițiilor în economia moldovenească. Vă dorim să obțineți cele mai bune rezultate posibile în toate demersurile dumneavoastră viitoare. Suntem o țară mică, cu inimă mare și oportunități enorme. Vă mulțumesc! Iar acum, doamnelor și domnilor, am onoarea să o invit în scenă pe doamna prim-ministru a Republicii Moldova, doamna Natalia Gavriliță.
The floor is given to Her Excellency Natalia Gavrilița, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova.
Altețea voastră regală, excelențele voastre, domnilor ambasadori, stimați investitori, dragi oaspeți. Permiteți-mi să vă salut la cea de-a 8-a ediție a Moldova Business Week, care în acest an se concentrează asupra temei Moldova, destinație de relocare și soluție pentru lanțul de aprovizionare regională. Avem deosebită plăcere de a vă avea alături la acest eveniment foarte important pentru Republica Moldova, pentru creșterea noastră economică și consolidarea profilului de țară deschisă pentru business. Și mai important pentru Republica Moldova este ceea ce va urma după acest forum. Sunt investițiile care vor fi făcute în Republica Moldova și locurile de muncă create pentru cetățenii noștri. Tema din acest an a Moldova Business Week nu a fost aleasă întâmplător. Războiul din Ucraina a schimbat dramatic mersul lucrurilor nu doar în regiune, dar și în întreaga lume. Consecințele acestui război sunt vieți spulberate, fuga din calea bombardamentelor, lupta și grija zilei de mâine, creșterea prețurilor la produsele alimentare, la resursele energetice și la alte produse și servicii vitale. Acest război are consecințe dramatice nu doar asupra cetățenilor de rând, dar și asupra afacerilor. Afectează funcționalitățile de bază în statele din regiune, dar și departe de hotarele ei. Lumea pe care am cunoscut-o până acum se schimbă rapid, iar noi trebuie să fim pregătiți să-i facem față. În această perioadă, Republica Moldova s-a manifestat ca un partener stabil și receptiv, oferind soluții pentru refugiați, pentru afaceri și lanțurile de aprovizionare perturbate, pentru tranzitul de mărfuri, relocări temporare și permanente de afaceri. O confirmare a acestei afirmații este faptul că în prima jumătate a acestui an, în pofida crizei acute din regiune, comerțul extern al Republicii Moldova a crescut cu circa 54%. Prin tot ceea ce facem, vrem să contribuim la pace, stabilitate și creștere pentru țară, cetățeni și mediul de afaceri. Așa cum spuneam, războiul din Ucraina a generat un lanț întreg de efecte economice negative. În primul rând, rata inflației a crescut enorm, fiind dictată în mare parte de prețurile galopante la resursele energetice și compromiterea lanțurilor de aprovizionare începută în timpul pandemiei de COVID-19. Guvernul se preocupă în prezent de promovarea eficienței energetice și de utilizarea resurselor energetice alternative pentru a reduce din marea vulnerabilitate economică pe care o avem de înfruntat. Mobilizăm toată susținerea internațională pentru ca să putem trece de această iarnă fără consecințe pentru cetățeni și economie. Nu va fi ușor și va trebui să înțelegem cu toții, să fim mai sobri energetic și mai solidari. Dar simțim că alături de noi sunt prietenii noștri fideli, cărora poporul Republicii Moldova le este recunoscător. Recent, guvernul a adoptat o hotărâre prin care rezervele de stat vor fi completate cu cărbune în contextul riscurilor existente în privința securității aprovizionării Republicii Moldova cu energie electrică și gaze naturale. De asemenea, procurăm păcură în calitate de resurse alternative pentru încălzirea termică în orașul Chișinău. Reducem împreună consumul de energie, așa cum o fac toate țările europene, și procurăm rezerve strategice de gaze naturale. Avem în rezervele pe care le deține întreprinderea de stat Energocom 34,5 milioane de metri cub de gaze naturale, care vor fi în curând stocate pentru perioada de iarnă. Așa acționează țările europene și așa trebuie să facem și noi, să ne punem la adăpost atât cât putem. Până în acel moment când aceste cantități de gaze naturale vor fi stocate, ele vor rămâne în rețeaua de transport și în contul de echilibrare. Vreau să mulțumesc în acest moment parteneriatului extraordinar pe care îl avem cu România. Avem deschiderea autorităților române și poporului român să ne fie alături în această perioadă grea de criză. Chiar câteva zile în urmă am fost la un eveniment menit să deschidă accesul companiilor moldovenești la piețele financiare românești. Pe marja acestui eveniment am avut întrevederi cu prim-ministru Ciucă, cu care am discutat toate aceste subiecte, am discutat despre lanțurile de aprovizionare, despre problemele la trecerea frontierei, și vreau să vă spun că de fiecare dată când am discutat, am văzut acțiuni prompte pentru ca împreună să abordăm aceste subiecte care sunt complicate nu doar pentru Republica Moldova, dar și pentru România și pentru țările europene. Deci întreprindem toate măsurile, multe altele în afară de cele pe care deja le-am enumerat, care să permită să nu rămânem fără energie și fără agent termic în această iarnă. Țara trebuie să aibă energie pentru a crește. Businessul trebuie să aibă energie pentru a produce și menține locurile de muncă. Cu toate acestea, rămânem optimiști, pentru că investitorii continuă să aleagă Republica Moldova ca destinație de afaceri. Și în acest sens există un șir de argumente. În ultimii 2 ani am reușit să atragem mai multe proiecte investiționale din țări ca Belgia, Olanda, Turcia, Statele Unite ale Americii, Germania, Lituania și Marea Britanie. Despre unele dintre ele a vorbit și domnul Marin Ciobanu, directorul Agenției de Atragere a Investițiilor. Domenii ca tehnologia informației și comunicații, servicii externalizate pentru business, cercetarea și dezvoltarea, producția de electronice și de energie regenerabile devin foarte atractive pentru investitori. Iar Moldova, la rândul său, depune eforturi pentru a simplifica activitatea lor în țară și a reduce la maxim costurile afacerilor și accesul la infrastructura necesară. Mă bucur că am construit și continuăm să construim punți de încredere cu mediul de afaceri. La 3 martie 2022, Republica Moldova și-a depus oficial cererea de aderare la Uniunea Europeană, iar la 23 iunie țara noastră a obținut statutul de țară candidat pentru aderarea la Uniunea Europeană. Este un moment istoric pentru noi toți, care contribuie esențial la dezvoltarea țării noastre și a perspectivelor sale de dezvoltare și creșterea a nivelului de trai pentru fiecare cetățean. Astăzi, Moldova are semnate 44 de acorduri de liber schimb. În Moldova activează 7 zone economice libere, 8 parcuri industriale, 16 platforme industriale multifuncționale și un IT park ce acoperă industriile inovaționale din toată țara. Noi oferim și implementăm soluții avansate de digitalizare a economiei și promovarea comerțului electronic. Fiind o țară mică, conștientizăm că pentru a fi atractiv din punct de vedere investițional, un factor cheie este cadrul de reglementare și fiscal, facil și predictibil. Vă promit că vom tinde să oferim condiții mai competitive pentru business și puțin împovărătoare decât în alte țări din regiune. Vom continua cu această abordare, chiar dacă ne confruntăm cu mai multe crize care îngustează capacitatea statului, vom persevera cu inițiativele pe care le-am început cu mulți dintre voi prezenți aici. Avem un sistem funcțional de control al calității proiectelor de acte de reglementare, fiind astfel prevenite reglementările nejustificate și exagerate. Revizuim în permanență cerințele existente, eliminăm povara controlului de stat și a sancțiunilor nejustificate, optimizăm interacțiunea dintre business și autorități, inclusiv prin digitalizarea proceselor și relațiilor dintre business, autorități și cetățeni, pentru a face posibilă deschiderea și desfășurarea afacerilor la distanță, cu contact minim cu autoritățile, precum și angajarea la distanță, fără prezența fizică a persoanei în țară, inclusiv a cetățenilor străini. Diversificăm într-un ritm accelerat gama de servicii publice digitale și deschiderea instituțiilor. Așa dorim să ne poziționăm pe primele locuri în regiune, la capitolul eficienței reglementării și reducerea birocrației în clasamentele internaționale pentru a facilita activitatea economică. Vrem să reluăm în Republica Moldova experiența de succes a țărilor baltice. Corupția, COVID-ce, pe care, așa cum a denumit-o domnul Ciobanu, este un flagel dureros pentru economiile din întreaga lume, iar Republica Moldova a fost grav afectată de acest fenomen o perioadă îndelungată. Guvernul pe care am onoarea să-l conduc a inițiat măsuri fără precedent în lupta cu acest fenomen, adoptând principiul de toleranță zero față de corupție. Ne conducem de principiile unei administrări guvernamentale deschise, transparente și eficiente. Facem eforturi pentru a asigura încrederea în Republica Moldova ca într-o destinație favorabilă pentru afaceri și investiții, iar rezultatele se văd deja. Moldova luptă mai eficient cu marea corupție, iar actuala guvernare este nu doar deschisă să respecte domnia legii, dar este și cea mai curată din istoria noastră recentă. Corupția nu va mai stopa investițiile în Moldova. Asta este angajamentul nostru. În aceste eforturi de modernizare a Republicii Moldova, alături de noi sunt partenerii noștri de dezvoltare. Astăzi suntem în așteptarea recomandărilor privind implementarea programului de 40 de luni susținut de Fondul Monetar Internațional și finanțat în mărime totală de circa 800 de milioane de dolari, o parte din care au fost deja disbursate. Programul este orientat spre susținerea redresării post-COVID-19, abordarea nevoilor stringente de dezvoltare și consolidarea guvernanței și cadrului instituțional din Republica Moldova. Reformele structurale prevăzute în condițiile acordului au drept scop fortificarea statului de drept, lupta cu corupția și consolidarea administrării bugetar-fiscale, ceea ce ar impulsiona creșterea rapidă și durabilă a veniturilor Republicii Moldova. Toate acestea sunt așteptate de comunitatea de afaceri din Republica Moldova, dar vor deveni un argument puternic și pentru investitorii străini care vor să vină în țara noastră. Dragi prieteni, eu vă îndemn să profitați de aceste 2 zile cât durează Moldova Business Week și să aflați în cadrul secțiunilor de prezentare mai multe despre oportunitățile de afaceri în Republica Moldova. Vă îndemn să ascultați ce spune businessul care deja activează în țara noastră, să aflați ce facilități și condiții bune de activitate vă oferă țara noastră și sper că ceea ce veți afla despre Republica Moldova vă va determina și motiva să investiți aici. Moldova are nevoie de businessul și creativitatea dumneavoastră, iar dumneavoastră puteți obține rezultate bune într-o piață dinamică și în consolidare, precum Republica Moldova. O piață care în cel mai scurt timp va deveni și țară membră a Uniunii Europene. Sper să identificați mai multe oportunități de afaceri pe parcursul acestui eveniment și să reveniți cu noi proiecte de afaceri la începutul lunii octombrie, când va fi organizată Ziua Vinului în Republica Moldova, o confirmare a leadership-ului nostru în acest domeniu. Vă mulțumesc pentru interes și vă doresc să aveți parte de evenimente interesante și productive în aceste zile de forum, care să aducă mai multe resurse și mai mare încredere în Republica Moldova. Într-un ceas bun!
Please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Radu of Romania.
Doamnă prim-ministru, doamnelor și domnilor, mă consider privilegiat să pot lua parte astăzi la un eveniment atât de vibrant, atât de simbolic, dar în același timp atât de pragmatic. Nu pot să mă împiedic să compar destinul țărilor noastre în perioada istoriei moderne, fiindcă coroana română a fost în ultimul secol o promotoare a ideii de valori europene, un încurajator al tuturor comunităților pentru a obține mai multă libertate, mai multă democrație, mai multă prosperitate și, în ultima vreme, și acest nou principiu al predictabilității și al dezvoltării durabile. Știu că în acest an întreaga noastră regiune a fost și continuă să fie profund încercată de tragedia care se întâmplă aproape de granițele noastre. Dar poate tocmai de aceea un eveniment ca cel de astăzi este meritoriu și admirabil, fiindcă în ciuda tuturor dificultăților și pot, prin instituția pe care o reprezint, să fiu mărturia faptului că în acești ultimi 100 de ani nici Republicii Moldova, nici României, nici regiunii nu i-a fost niciodată ușor. Niciodată eforturile noastre nu au fost altfel decât însoțite de dificultăți, de tragedii, de crime, de trădări și de dezamăgiri. Din fericire însă, astăzi, întreaga familie a națiunilor demne ale Europei și lumea transatlantică este mai la curent decât înainte cu dificultățile pe care acești oameni le au de parcurs în fiecare zi. Din anul 2005 încoace, familia regală a fost mereu prezentă aici pentru a face ceea ce considerăm a fi datoria noastră. Și niciodată dificultățile care au apărut nu ne-au strămutat convingerea că destinul acestei națiuni este îndreptat cu privirea și cu inima către valorile occidentale. Aș vrea să vă spun de ce cred că dezvoltarea economică la Chișinău, la Bălți și în celelalte centre importante ale țării este ireversibilă și demnă de încredere. Pentru că niciodată forța morală a unei națiuni nu a fost direct proporțională cu mărimea ei. Aici există un excepțional bun simț, un instinct al binelui, o adevărată iubire și atașament față de familie, față de comunitate, o vibrantă societate civilă, de multe ori neajutată de nimeni și, desigur, o excepțional de plină de energie și creativitate tânără generație, acestea fiind garanții absolute ale faptului că economia se va dezvolta, adăugând cu sine încă o valoare la cele pe care leadership-ul moldovean de astăzi le dorește. Mai multă libertate, mai multă democrație, mai multă predictibilitate și o dezvoltare durabilă, atât cât partea aceasta de lume o permite. Mulțumesc!
we're kindly inviting to the stage His Excellency Mr. Yanis Mazeiks, the head of the delegation of the European Union to Moldova.
Dear Madam Prime Minister, Your Royal Highness, distinguished participants, I am glad to participate at the opening ceremony of the main business-related event in Moldova, Moldova Business Week 2022. On 23rd of June, our relations reached a new level. Moldova became a country that is a candidate country for EU membership. This is an extremely important development for our bilateral relations. It opens for Moldova new opportunities and new horizons. It also comes with new challenges. It requires an enormous amount of work and joint effort from the authorities, from the business community, and from the citizens of Moldova. And unfortunately, this very happy event was overshadowed by the context in which it happened, and that is the unprovoked aggression and the war of the Russian Federation against your neighbor, Ukraine. We know that the Republic of Moldova has suffered a lot as a result of the war. It suffers from the war next door, it is affected by the ongoing energy crisis, it is impacted as a result by the rising prices that affects both businesses and citizens' welfare. In this difficult time, the European Union remains the key partner for the Republic of Moldova. The association agreement, including the deep and comprehensive free trade area, remains the stable basis for our partnership also in the times that are difficult for all of us. The EU supported Moldova in order to manage and deal with the refugee crisis. We provided support to local businesses in accessing the eastern markets this year through facilitation of transit through the EU territory and by further transport services liberalization. As of 22nd of July, Moldova benefits from increased market access for its agricultural products. More fruits and vegetables can be exported duty-free to the EU market. And this measure is aimed to provide real support to the business and to compensate most of the losses that are due to the losses of your traditional export markets. When it comes to the EU-Moldova trade, we are glad to see that the deep and comprehensive free trade area is bearing fruit in Moldova. In 2021, the EU remained and consolidated its position as Moldova's largest trading partner, accounting for more than half of Moldova's total trade. About 2/3 of your exports went to the EU markets last year, and this year's data show similar trends. The opportunities offered by the European Union are clearly the best way for the businesses to get out of the crisis generated by the pandemic and by the war and by the energy prices increase. And perhaps it is also the way to get away from less predictable markets. Since the DCFTA's entry into force, the EU's foreign direct investment stock in the Republic of Moldova has been increasingly growing and even doubled. More than 80% of all FDI in Moldova came from the EU. We are also happy to see that EU investors are present in most of Moldova's economy areas: industry, financial sector, retail, IT, energy, agriculture, and many other sectors. For this trend to continue and for Moldova to benefit from more foreign investments, I cannot underline enough how important is the business climate, legislative predictability and stability, as well as the rule of law. An independent and impartial justice sector with transparent and fair legal proceedings is essential for Moldova's attractiveness as a proper place for business. And yes, you need to win the scourge of corruption, both for the benefit of your citizens, for the businesses, for the country and for its European future. We welcome that the government is working on reforms that aim to bring Moldova closer to the EU and eventually become EU member across all these areas. The EU, on its side, remains committed to strengthening the cooperation with Moldova, focused on reforms and delivering tangible benefits to the Moldovan citizens. Aș dori să mă adresez și investitorilor locali, precum și cetățenilor Republicii Moldova. Urmează o perioadă dificilă ce solicită un efort sporit din partea autorităților și a întregii societăți. Doar cu suportul dumneavoastră, Moldova va reuși, iar Uniunea Europeană va fi alături pentru a vă susține și ajuta. Vă mulțumesc pentru atenție.
The floor is given to His Excellency Mr. Kent Doyle Loxton, the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Moldova.
Madam Prime Minister, Prince Radu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the invitation today to join you to help open the 8th Moldova Business Week. As my colleague from the EU just said, this year's event takes place at a time of considerable challenges following Russia's brutal invasion of neighboring Ukraine. As we've heard, here in Moldova, the war has negatively affected the economy. But that hasn't stopped Moldovan communities from welcoming and protecting tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees. We commend Moldova for its generous contributions to its neighbors. I know from experience, Moldova is renowned for its tenacity, its can-do attitude, both of the leadership and its people, and the entrepreneurial spirit that's woven into this country's fabric. This small country with a big heart is now squarely on the map as a place of course, exceptional hospitality, but also ingenuity in the face of adversity. And the government has moved Moldova even further on its European path. The receipt of EU candidate status, that's a direct result of its commitment to battle corruption and strengthen the rule of law. This year, the United States and Moldova are celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relations. In that time, we've worked together with the Moldovan people, government, private sector, and civil society on the path to building a country that is democratic, prosperous, and secure. Since 1992, the American people have provided over $1.8 billion in foreign assistance to Moldova. As partners, the Republic of Moldova and the U.S. government, through USAID, the State Department, numerous U.S. government agencies, are all working together to support improved competitiveness and efficiency in key industries, and of course the development of a strong, diverse, export-driven economy. We're also working together on judicial reform and anti-corruption. This year alone, the U.S. government provided $263 million in new assistance for Moldova to help maintain progress on democratic reforms and economic development, and that's despite the impacts of Russian unprovoked aggression in Ukraine. USAID and other partners are helping key sectors of Moldova's economy, like agriculture, IT, and light industry, to reach new and more reliable markets in Europe, as Russia continues to create new and unnecessary obstacles to free and mutually profitable trade. For the same reason, we are expanding our energy security programming to help Moldova diversify its power supply to more reliable partners. Foreign investment, and in particular U.S. investment, is in high demand around the world. U.S. companies bring new technologies, innovation, leading business practices, and of course jobs. And they see untapped potential here in Moldova. I just welcomed this week 10 U.S. companies with the American Central European Business Association, who traveled here with their first ever business delegation to Moldova. I heard from them what we all know to be true: the government's focus on enhancing transparency, fighting corruption, and strengthening the rule of law is essential to making Moldova a destination for foreign investments. I'm also proud to be the honorary president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova. AmCham's mission is to actively contribute to enhancing an investment-friendly regulatory environment in Moldova, and to help all of you who are thinking about investing here in Moldova. We care about investment. We care about the business climate because we know whatever is good for business is good for the economy. And when the economy grows, it benefits the Moldovan people. The United States is a committed partner to the Republic of Moldova. Just as we have for the last 30 years, we stand with you as Moldova works to improve its investment climate and grow bilateral trade between the United States and Moldova for a more prosperous future for all Moldovans. As we celebrate 30 years of progress together, we look forward to the next 30 of close cooperation on our shared goals, including our hope to see more U.S. companies investing in Moldova's economy and helping to contribute to this prosperous future. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Please welcome Francis Fukuyama, Olivier Nomelini Senior Fellow at Stanford University, FSI Director for Dorsey Masters in International Policy.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to address Moldova Business Week 2022. I want to congratulate you on this event. I have been asked since I arrived in Moldova why I've come to this country. We are teaching a course for young leaders in Moldova because in my university we have felt for some time that this region represents the front line in a global struggle over democracy. And it is very important to support all of the countries here. We've done a lot of work in Ukraine and in Georgia, and I'm very proud to be able to visit Chisinau this week. I want to make 3 points about the geopolitical situation. The first is, what is the war in Ukraine about? There was an argument made from before the war that this was really about NATO expansion, that Russia had felt threatened by the movement of NATO towards its own borders, and that Russia was simply reacting defensively. This, I think, is really a lot of nonsense for a number of reasons. NATO didn't want to expand to the east. It was drawn to the east by the insecurity of countries that had lived under Soviet domination, and they all understood that the moment the balance of power changed, that domination would come back, and that is why they wanted the support from the West. There is a larger issue that affects all democracies involved in this conflict now in Ukraine. In 2019, Vladimir Putin gave an interview to the Financial Times in which he said that liberalism is an obsolete doctrine. He and the Chinese have been making the argument that liberal societies are weak, that they can't deliver to their people, and that authoritarian government is the wave of the future. And he has very clearly stated that the Russian objective is not simply the incorporation of Ukraine, but overturning the entire geopolitical settlement that emerged after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. And therefore, the freedom of everybody, beginning with this country, is at stake in what happens in Ukraine. Second important point is the surprises that have taken place this year. One obvious surprise was the fact that Russia invaded on the scale that it did in February of this year. But another more pleasant surprise has been the solidarity of NATO and the European Union in support of Ukraine to oppose this Russian aggression. Now, my Ukrainian friends feel that that support could have been stronger and more consistent, but I do think that it's remarkable, given our expectations before the war began, that there would, for example, be the kind of transformation of German foreign policy that we've seen in that time since then. Now, as the previous speakers have pointed out, we're at a very crucial moment because of energy. The Russian use of the energy weapon has put all of our countries under severe threat, particularly your country, Moldova. And that's why the third point becomes very important, because I think that the democratic leaders of the Western world can hold their alliance together, and they can maintain support for Ukraine as long as there is some hope that Ukraine will actually be able to succeed on the battlefield. Most political scientists believe that politics determines the outcome of military events, but in a time of war, it's the opposite. It really is the outcome of the military struggle that will determine our politics. And that brings me to this last point about Ukraine's success in Kharkiv and in other parts of the front just over the past week. As long as Ukraine can demonstrate that it has regained military momentum, I believe that Western support against Russia will remain solid, because I do think that Western democratic leaders can argue to their publics that we need to tighten our belts over the coming winter, but this is not going to be an endless frozen conflict that will go on year after year after year. And that is why it is so important that the momentum be continued. The Ukrainians are fighting on behalf of all of us in many respects. The support they get from the West is critical, and hopefully that will lead to a good outcome. The outcome that we are hoping for is to demonstrate that authoritarian government is not the wave of the future, that democratic societies can deliver to their publics the good things, the peace, the prosperity, and the security that citizens want. And I think that my hope is that we can recover something of the spirit of 1989, the hopes for spreading democracy as a result of this conflict, and that there will be an opportunity for rebuilding all of the societies in this region should that conflict terminate successfully. So thank you very much for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
What's next? Moderator Adrian Lupușor.
Bună ziua, stimată audiență, stimați colegi. Organizatorii mi-au recomandat să trecem în limba engleză, deci eu să vă rog să vă setați echipamentul pentru traducere. Dear colleagues, the working language of this panel will be English because we will be targeting the audience speaking in English, especially foreign investors. So no doubt the most important event that marked this year so far was the fact that Moldova got this EU candidate status, which obviously upgraded its relations with the European Union by providing a clear European perspective, which for Moldovan business is extremely important, because we all know how important this anchor is for stability, for predictability, especially now amid these ongoing challenges, war at the border, energy crisis, inflation, and so on. This is also important because, in fact, Moldova already proved that it's a truly European country with a government that is clearly committed for EU integration, with a civil society that supports this vector, with a population that, according to most surveys, actually is in favor of EU accession, and last but not least, with an economy that is deeply rooted and actually is deeply integrated into the European Union, EU being the most important trading partner, EU being the most important source of foreign investors, and that actually is a solid ground for Moldova's European integration path. A path which is, we all know, comes with a lot of commitments, with a lot of homework for the Moldovan government and Moldovan country in general, because we all know that it came with a lot of, with a series of policy commitments which are yet to be implemented by Moldova. I'd like to discuss how Moldova could advance faster on its reforms path. What opportunities does this agenda, this European integration agenda brings for Moldovan businesses, based on the experience of Slovak Republic, that, in my opinion, is can provide one of the best lessons learned for Moldova, as well as a Romanian example, which obviously is very important for us. So I'd like to invite to the panel our distinguished speakers, Mr. Ivan Miklos, who is the former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Slovak Republic, and actually is well known in the world for being one of the best reformer. I think Mr. Miklos will provide quite useful insights about how Moldova should advance on this reforms path. Another important speaker is Mr. Siegfried Mureșan, who is the Vice Chair of the European People's Party group in the European Parliament, dedicated advocate of Moldova in EU, and actually a very a friend of our country, who has a lot to say about Moldova's European path and what EU expects from Moldova from now on. And Mr. Vasile Pușcaș, who is the former Minister for European Affairs, Minister for European Integration, and Chief Negotiator for Romania's accession to the European Union, whose experience is extremely important for us, because we are about to start the negotiations for EU accession, and for us it will be extremely valuable, his insights, how these negotiations took place, what were the most important challenges, and most importantly for us, actually, what hints, what advices will you provide for Moldovan negotiating team. So let's start with with Mr. Miklos. As I said, Mr. Miklos, European integration comes with homework, right? With a lot of reforms. In Moldova, reforms are known to be implemented in a very challenging environment because of many reasons. But you somehow succeeded in Slovak Republic. So could you tell us briefly how Moldova could advance faster with its very challenging reforms related to the justice sector, to the anti-corruption, to the public property, and all those key reforms that the EU expects Moldova to deliver before starting the negotiations for EU accession. Please.
Thank you, Adrian. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to congratulate Moldova and Moldovan people, Moldovan government, for receiving a candidate status for becoming EU member. I think it is crucially important because if you look at the post-communist countries especially, which are successful, all of them are member of European Union, and all of them, the process of being successful was connected with two processes, reforms and integration. Which means reforms and EU integration and Euro-Atlantic integration, but especially EU from point of view of economic development, are two sides of the same coin. And this is very important because also in case of Slovakia, of my country, EU accession played very important role as anchor for doing necessary reforms. Not only for my country, I will very briefly speak about my country, but also Romania, which is a very close country for Moldova, came in very interesting development. And I'm telling, because usually economies are dividing the countries, post-communist countries, transition into groups, radical and gradualistic. But in reality, I think there have been three groups. Gradualistic, which was only Hungary and Slovenia because they started reforms many years before, then radical, Baltic countries, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and then spontaneous. And this is in 90s, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Moldova have been part of this world with spontaneous transition, which means very high inflation, instability, chaos. And Romania and Bulgaria are example how EU accession played very important role to overcome this chaos at the beginning of the 90s and to have anchor and to have stimul and motivation for doing necessary changes, necessary reforms, speeding up necessary reforms. And the process of entering EU was finally decisive for them to be successful. Slovakia is also a very interesting case because we have been part of Czechoslovakia at the beginning of the 90s. We started to do these reforms, but then in the 90s, Czechoslovakia was divided and Slovakia was excluded from the integration process. In 95, we applied for EU membership. In 97, or other Visegrad 4 countries, Poland, Czech Republic and Hungary have been invited to start negotiations, but Slovakia was excluded from this process. Then it was political change in 98. And in 1 year, Slovakia was also invited, but we lost 2 years. But because reform effort and integration effort, finally, we have been able to enter together in the first wave, together with other Visegrad 4 Baltic countries and Slovenia, and Cyprus and Malta at that time. Which means for Moldova today, the most important precondition and chance that Moldova has a real chance now to become a member of European Union is not only the candidacy status which Moldova received, but also your government. Because political preconditions, both for reform, for successful reforms, and also for successful integration, are the most important. And fortunately, you know, you have now government, even with strong majority in the parliament, which is very strongly pro-reform and pro-integration in European Union. And yes, times are very difficult, but difficult times are not excuse for not doing reforms, for not continue in the integration effort. On the contrary, I spent 5 years in Ukraine as advisor to Ukrainian government between 2015-2020, and this is what I usually argued them. Yes, your position is more difficult, as it was position of Slovakia, for instance, at that time, but it is not reason for do less. It is reason for do more in both reforms and integration process. And if reform process will be successful, and if there is will of Moldovan people, Moldovan government to enter European Union, I'm 100% sure that it will be a successful process, and that success will come soon.
Very much, Mr. Miklos. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Mureșan with the video message, as far as I understand.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for the invitation, for the opportunity to address you today, and congratulations on organizing today what I believe is the most important event and conference on investments, on the economy, and on the development of the Republic of Moldova that has ever been organized. This year, in spite of the difficult circumstances, the Republic of Moldova has moved to the next stage in its economic development, in its development as a society. Firstly, the reforms implemented over the last year by this government have made the Moldovan state, its public institutions, more resilient, more capable to support the people, and are laying the ground for further reforms, for an improvement in the quality of services, judiciary, education, healthcare in the years to come. This is what the people of Moldova have been expecting for years. Secondly, by welcoming so many Ukrainian refugees with open arms, the people of Moldova have proven, and the whole world has seen it, the people of Moldova have proven their commitment to European values. The authorities have also acted in European spirit, providing support to everyone who needs it. Thirdly, by signing the letter expressing the intention of the Republic of Moldova to join the European Union, the leadership of the Republic of Moldova has given, with the mandate of the people expressed in recent elections, a clear sign to the international community that it wants modernization, that it wants development, and that it intends to further increase living standards in the Republic of Moldova so that people can live as citizens do in member states of the European Union. Because of all these initiatives, the Republic of Moldova is today more credible in the eyes of its international partners than ever. And credibility means benefits. It means that we, at the level of the institutions of the European Union, trust the Republic of Moldova today more than ever that what we agree together will be implemented. That means that more support from the European Union is coming. We have seen this over recent months, and more support will be coming next year. This means that there will be more stability, and this means that there will be a more friendly, more stable, more predictable climate for investments. The reforms in the area of fighting corruption, of strengthening the judiciary, of strengthening the rule of law are all also in the benefits of private companies, of investments, and it is exactly what one needs to see as investors. We are working at the level of the institutions of the European Union to progress with the agenda of making sure that one day the Republic of Moldova will become a member state of the European Union. But we have to be honest and transparent in saying that this process will take some time. But the good news is that even before this process will be finalized, there will be many benefits that the people of Moldova will be able to enjoy. I am committed to working towards integrating the Republic of Moldova together with Ukraine into the European single market, and the President of the European Commission has also spoken about this just yesterday in her address on the State of the European Union in front of the European Parliament. Integrating the Republic of Moldova into the EU single market means that the four freedoms, freedom of movement of people, of goods, of services, of capital will apply. It means that the Republic of Moldova will align its legislation with European standards when it comes to consumer protection, to environment protection. It means that it will be easier to invest as foreign investors into the Republic of Moldova. It means that it will be easier, quicker, simpler, cheaper for Moldovan companies, enterprises to export into the EU single market. It means more economic development. It means European standards and European quality of life in the Republic of Moldova, as more incentives for investors to invest in the Republic of Moldova. We are helping wherever we can, financially, but not only. This year we have managed to lift the export quotas for Moldovan goods into the European Union in some areas, particularly for giving Moldovan enterprises and farmers a clear message: your products have a future on the European market. The more you can export into the European Union, the better. The European Union is by far the biggest trading partner of the Republic of Moldova, and we are committed to further strengthening economic ties. Even before the Republic of Moldova will finally manage to join the European Union, the country will develop economically. We have seen this in my country, in Romania, but also in all other Central European countries. In the 6 years before Romania joined the European Union, unemployment in Romania dropped from 12% to 5%. Foreign direct investments multiplied 5 times, from 6 billion euros to more than 30 billion euros. Working together, respecting commitments, making use of opportunities will mean economic developments. It is this that we are committed to. Thank you very much for your interest in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you to representatives of Moldovan authorities for opening up to the private sector for investments. Please do count on the European Parliament, on Friends in Europe, on the European institutions for any measures of support that will lead to an improvement of quality of life in the Republic of Moldova. Once again, congratulations for organizing today's event. Best of luck. Looking forward to seeing you soon in Chișinău.
That was the message from Mr. Mureșan, and we would like to express our gratitude for Mr. Mureșan's contribution to Moldova's promotion in Brussels, in EU, and we look forward for further working together on Moldova's advancement on the European integration path. And indeed, as we saw from Mr. Mureșan's insights, European integration is not just a foreign policy agenda, it's not just a project of elites, it's a whole process of reforms that brings dividends for businesses, for the economy, as we saw from other countries, including Romania, that joined EU. Mr. Pușcașu, I'd like to ask you about your experience with the negotiations for EU accession. You led the team of negotiations, and you were successful in your tasks. As we now see that Romania is a member of EU, and by that time I remember that it was a big challenge, but at the same time the results were impressive, with Romania getting access to structural funds of EU, and we saw how Romania transformed over these years of EU membership. So what are your insights for Moldova in preparing for negotiations? Maybe you could reflect on what were the most challenging chapters of negotiations by that time, and how Moldova could deal with the challenges that it's about to face in this quite difficult process. Please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Madam Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Director General and Investment Agency, for inviting me for attending this event. I like to say that I'm not only a farmer. I'm still I'm still present in both social and economic life. I'm still present in what we are calling implementation of EU policies, and especially something which is my favor in financial and capital market, which is very, very important for both reforming the economy, and not only reforming the economy, but strategizing the process of development. Because in my opinion, the success of Romania was a good opportunity to go forward from growing to development. And I was very happy that Madam Prime Minister have focused a little bit on this area of preparing the environment of business for market economy and for what we are calling in the European Union and from the European perspective, functional market. That's a very important issue. And I'm speaking here, and from the point of view of perhaps one of the biggest investors from Romania here in the Republic of Moldova, and I will invite all our colleagues, friends, and entrepreneurs or investors present here or which will come here to think to the following issue. Yes, it's true. We are living today in a crisis, a multiple crisis world. But from the point of view of uncertainties, on unpredictability, we know very well that investors are every day, every night, studying these uncertainties, this risk of investments. I follow the literature and media, financial and economic media, and I learned that a lot of investors are saying, it's crisis now. Let's wait and see what will happen. What will happen in Europe? What will happen in Republic of Moldova, in Ukraine, in other part of the world? I will say and I will answer from our own experience. Let's use from the point of view, once again, I'm talking from the point of view of investors. Let's take opportunities from this period of crisis, not stay too long. Let's have our own assessment of the market and let's enter the market. This is my, if you like, word for investors present here. A good reason for such advice is the fact that the Republic of Moldova is now a candidate country to the accession to the European Union. It's a very good opportunity. And from the experience of Romania, I will say just few words. First, when Romania got this status, we lived in a very similar period of crisis. Take in consideration the crisis of Balkan Wars, which were at the border of Romania, and we had to face such crisis during our, let's say, first steps within the accession process. And we did it. It's not a reason to stop investments because there are some crises in region. Secondly, and this is my let's say, advice for my fellow Moldavians. It's so important to think to the preparation of the accession process. Take in consideration the accession process and take in consideration that accession process is part of the largest integration process, and when you enter stage of negotiation, you have to take some, advantages in order to negotiate with good and benefices for your countries. That's why, first of all, reforming both economy and social actors, but in the same time, reform and your state, your institutions, and your administration. One of my last book, both in Brussels, I'm very happy that happened that at the end of 2004, we concluded negotiation. And one of the last book which I bought in Brussels was Mr. Fukuyama's book on state building. My advice to you is to take this book. It's very important. And I'm talking not only to countries which are preparing for the accession, and for the new member states, and for old member states. Take this book and take in consideration that this crisis, starting with COVID and this financial and energetic and so on, show us that we have to rethink, to reform our states. It's so important for the accession process to transpose EU legislation, which is not very easy task. But in the same time, to prepare your institutions and to prepare very credible, realistic implementation programs. With such arguments, you'll be able to negotiate. Without such arguments, you'll got a lot of problems with member states and with European institutions. That's why our colleagues and our friends from European Union, from Brussels, are saying rule of law, take in consideration rule of law. Rule of law is only one part of the conditionality or of criteria of developing the administration, institution, and state. The new concept is functional state. And rule of law is part of functional state. In order to implement legislation and in order to implement the EU policies, both in agriculture, industry, services, or others, you have to be very well prepared with your institutions, your administration, and why not with your experts, your know-how. Madam Prime Minister, it's so important to develop and the experts within the ministries, but in the same time within the parliament, local administration, and having permanently a dialogue with social and with social partners in order to bring together this nation energy in order to speed up, if you decided to do that, to speed up the process. And one more thing I would like to add. It's, of course, very important to look to the success of Romania, taking into consideration any mistakes of Romania. I don't remember today, but perhaps one day I'm going to tell you. In the same time, trust in yourself. Trust that you can do that. It's so important to develop not only reform, but on very, very dynamic and very credible l'état d'esprit for energizing, for mobilizing all resources of Moldavia and Romania for developing the process. I'm very convinced, and I absolutely very, very dedicated to work with you. And as you mentioned, Madam Prime Minister, Romania is not only with you, is part of this process. And please believe me, I'm not an official, but in the same time I can say that Romania and Romanians are with you in order to advance, and why not? Let's have a surprise, as Romania did it at the beginning of 2000, to speed up the process and to provide to citizens of Moldavia not only the pride to be part of the European Union, but truly prosperity and benefits of this very important structure, very important organization, which is in the process of changing, of transforming itself. Thank you very much.
Much, Mr. Pushkash. It's indeed very important for Moldova to have Romania part of this process and to have Romania as a mentor in this European integration agenda. Mr. Miklos, I'd like to ask you, I know that you are very pragmatic, very concrete in discussing reforms, and I'm sure the business community will appreciate your message. Could you elaborate briefly, because we have 4 minutes before the end of this panel, what are top five reforms that Moldova should engage now in order to really advance on this agenda, and reforms that will be really important for the business community, and how to advance them given the political economy complexities, because many of those reforms, I assume, will not necessarily be popular. So how to get this popular support for some reforms that might seem not popular, at least on the short run. Top 5.
Yeah, let me start with saying that every real reform is difficult, because every real reform is systemic reforms, and system is protecting itself from the change. This is some kind of tyranny of status quo. It's everywhere. It is not only in countries like Moldova, it is everywhere. Look at France, when President Macron wanted to do some reforms, how it is difficult, which means it is everywhere, which means the most important precondition for successful reforms is vision, will, and courage of the politicians, political leadership. Of course, also ownership of reforms, not doing reforms because somebody is pushing on you, IMF, EU, but because you are convinced deeply that it is necessary for your country, for your people to live better, to be more prosperous, and so on and so on. And then communication. Communication is very important to explain, to fight against populists, the other actors who are fighting against. But going directly to your question, 5 most important areas for reforms. First, I think, and the most important and most difficult at the same time, is what was mentioned here, even here, many times. It is rule of law, judiciary reform, property right protection. This is really, really important. Without this, you can do anything else. You will need, again, FDI. And investors, I'm very glad that we are on the ground of the investment conference, because without foreign direct investment, especially, huge inflow of foreign direct investment, it is simply impossible to modernize and restructure and to have competitive economy. But you have all preconditions for to do this, which means first, rule of law, judiciary, and so on. Fight against corruption is connected. Second one, especially at that time, it is energy security and energy efficiency. And you know better than me how difficult problem is everywhere, not only in Moldova, also in Europe, but especially in Moldova now. Third, business environment. Business environment deregulation. To have as much as simple business environment as least regulation, but also, of course, enforce this regulation, which is effective, which is simple, but enforced at the same time and implemented. Now it is very important to use IT, information technologies for this. it was second, yeah? Fourth one, tax reform. Tax reform, not only tax reform, but tax reform is a very important part of business environment. Tax system has to be simple, neutral, non-distortive, to focus on the indirect taxation, to reduce as much as possible direct taxation, because this is stimulus, this is incentive for doing business, for being active, for working, and so on and so on. And fifth one is SOEs and ownership and state-owned enterprises and privatization. Still you have in Moldova too many state-owned companies, which are a source of inefficiency, corruption, which are not creating enough sources for the public finance, and so on and so on. And improving SOEs where is necessary to have state ownership is very important, and at the same time privatize as soon as possible, but by transparent way, very professionally, and also attract foreign direct investment through the privatization process. And it is not random if I'm mentioning these five areas that in leadership of Madam Prime Minister, we already created 4 working groups, three working groups, because rule of law is the most difficult, but rule of law, we consider that it is a very strong program of the government and also knowledge how to do. But other 4 areas we created working groups where we are trying to use also international experience and to help Moldova with these reforms in energy, in tax reform, SOEs, and privatization. And just currently, we want to create another working group for deregulation and business environment improvement. And I'm sure that if there is political will, and I see strong political will, I see strong civil society, think tanks, experts here, I see also support, international institutions support, Western partners support, that Moldova has all preconditions to be successful in these key reform areas, and then also successfully integrate itself to European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miklos. We approached the end of our panel, so that would serve as a very good concluding remark for this panel. I would like to add 5+1, public administration. I think it's really important to reform our public administration, to make it really attractive for professionals, for talented, and to restore the prestige of public servant, because they will be will be those who will promote the reforms, who will implement at the ground the reforms that we're speaking about. So yeah, it's an important, a key actually instrument for Moldova's reformation process. Thank you very much, dear speakers. Unfortunately, we had a limited amount of time to discuss such a broad topic, but I'm sure your insights were appreciated by the audience, and we look forward to continue the discussions in more details about things that are interesting for the business community in the remaining panels of this event. Thank you very much.
to grow your business in Moldova. Igor Ștefăneț. Moldova. Opportunities to grow your business in Moldova. Igor Ștefăneț.
Ministries, dear guests, international speakers, audience. I'm so glad and I'm privileged to have to make my presentation, the country presentation on investment. Usually I'm making it in the office last 3 years, but now I will have finally my chance on the Moldova Business Week scene. I think next year we should also put a screen in the hall where is the coffee. Because I think more attendees is over there. Thank you very much, by the way, for you for attending this important event, not only for Invest Moldova, but also for our country. Usually we are counting how many investments are coming through the Invest Moldova, through the Moldova Business Weekend event. And definitely in the last 3 years already have found some 3 or 4 success stories. I will start with this. It's a commitment maybe or a question. Is Moldova your next destination for investment? But definitely I will try to impress you and to convince that yes, Moldova is one of the best and an investment destination for your business, doesn't matter in which economic sector. First of all, some details that we as an agency are discussing with a lot of companies during a year. More than 150. And a lot of them are Googling Republic of Moldova. And what they are seeing when they are Googling Moldova. Because I ask all the CEOs, what you are doing, your first action in order to know about Moldova, you are Google it. And you are seeing Moldovan people, you are seeing Moldovan flag, some of them even Maldives, Transnistria, crisis. They are seeing a lot of different stuff and a lot of different figures. For example, I'll show you in one slide, on one figure, at World Bank we have 3.5 million, or at our BNC we have 2.6. So there are different figures and different images about Republic of Moldova. But there is only one procedure to know and to feel Moldova, because when a company is investing in our country, it's not only a rational decision, it's also an emotional, and you must feel the Republic of Moldova. We have more than 48 companies that are arriving in our country for study visit during a year, and 10 of them are remaining in our country. That the conversion rate is somehow 20% of them. And that we will change a little bit the game, and we will put now the questions, not the attendees. Why Moldova? This is the main question of all the investors that are coming in our country. Why Moldova? Why to invest here, the money and the effort? And we have the question, we have the answers for that question. First of all, some key facts about Moldova that we are giving to the international audience and to the international companies. Moldova is a nice country, small. The area is approximately like Belgium. The capital is Chisinau. You know, the population is, as I mentioned, at the World Bank is 3.5. At National Statistics Agency is 2.6. We are also a multilingual country. We speak fluently Romanian, our native language, and also Russian, Ukraine. We have also a group of people who speak fluently Turkish language. We have a lot of people speaking fluently English, German, French, Italian. That means that we are very adaptable as a country, as an employee. And the employment rate of our country is 40%. That means that 60% can be involved in the process of doing business. Some international rating, I think the team have provided in the first video, the introduction video, but what we have found in the last days, that Moldova is ranked 90, the score for the health, fiscal health is 94 out of 100. That means that we are very good at and we have a very good friendly and fiscal system. Regarding the FDI, yes, Moldova is an interesting investment destination. 83% of them are from European Union, 3% from CIS, and 12% from other countries. The FDI net inflows from the National Bank is statistics 900 for the last 3 years. New investment is 831, and reinvestment of the company is $281 million for 2019, 20, and 21. And we have a lot of success stories in our country. I know that some of them are present here, and I apologize in front of the companies that are not present on this slide. I have given more than 100 logos to the technical company, but they said that, look, it's impossible to put all of them. But we are very proud that they have chosen Moldova as an investment destination. They are really happy. Some of them have invested already, like Draxelmer 4 plants. Lear is very happy. I know they have more than 2,000 employees. And we have also, I will later on describe each economic sector's success story. One of the main advantages of our country is our connectivity with European Union. We have one border with EU that is very important. We have European culture connection. We have one time zone. We have direct flights to all important EU countries, and we are harmonizing our legislation with the European Union. And what is very important, that also the type of doing business, the type of thinking, we are very proximate to the European countries. As I mentioned, that connectivity with our country, I was asked about the connection of flights, and we have 300 flights during the summer and 175 during winter. So that means that the CEO can very frequently to visit his team here in the Republic of Moldova. We have a lot of locals here, a lot of also our companies that are flying to all the European cities and not all, also in Asia. But the main advantages of our country is our geographical position. Once I was asked by, I think it was a Norwegian investor, and I told that we, Moldova, are in the middle of Europe. You can see we are positioned very well between the east and west, but it's the middle one. And that's why we'll have also panel regarding the logistic hub, because Moldova, in our opinion, can be the future logistic hub for European Union and CIS countries. And to capitalize the geographical position, we have signed as a government free trade agreements with 44 countries that allows the companies that operate in Moldova to have an access to a market of more than 1 billion customers. That's a lot. That, by the way, one of the main advantages that the potential investors are really impressed about our country. And all these free trade agreements have a lot of influence on our commercial balance, the import and export of our country. For the last year, we have an increase of 27% of exports, and is the highest amount of total volume from export of Moldova, and on imports as well. You can see that the main economic partner of our country in commercial is the European Union because of the free trade agreement that have influenced it. And CIS countries and other countries also, you can see on imports how much is 30% volume higher than in 2020. I know that Mr. Turcan is here. It's also one of the most important slides on our website, on our PPT, because Moldova started to be digitalized. We are 63 in the global in cybersecurity from 174 countries, and we have launched one-stop shop of permits. We have reduced the number of permissive documents from 450 to 150, and 131 of them can be reached online. By the way, we already have recognized this electronic signature of European Union, electronic invoice, M-sign, electronic visa that allows the company to operate so easy in the doing business. I don't want to, once I tried to open a business in France and it was terrible. I'm still doing this. But in Moldova it's far more easy. It takes only 1 day to open and the free procedure. So I hope soon we'll have the possibility to open and to quit a business online, and that will be a great achievement for our country. Also, I'm asked what is the cost of doing business in Republic of Moldova. We as an agency were attracting a lot of investment, but we put in contact with several companies, HR, business consulting, lawyers, real estate companies and stuff, and that's all. But we also are giving all the information from our side. First of all, one of the best and the friendliest fiscal system in Europe. You can see on the slide that we are far more better than all the countries on the side. The corporate income tax is 12, the VAT is 20, and the social is 24. But the VAT for pharma and for pharmaceuticals are 8%, and the corporate income tax can be decreased to 6 or to 0 if the company operates in free economic zone. The cost of the, as I mentioned, the lawyer or HR company, you can see on the slide, a lawyer is approximately 20 hours per hour. HR company is from 10 to 20% of annual salary of the employees. Business consulting is 50 euro per hour. Account company is 250. Audit company is 10,000, and I was impressed, by the way, and I know it's the lowest still in the region. And to open a business, I mentioned, you just need a bank account and 10 euro, and that's all. You have your LLC. One of the main important questions that we have is the availability and the cost of the employees. Despite we have only 40% employed, but we as a country also need a lot of efforts in order to attract employees in the different economic centers and to promote and to teach new and new specialties, special white collars. But here on the slide you have the net salary, the gross and the total company cost for a potential company that will open. For example, it was done for an automotive company. We are still in discussion with them, especially from European Union, and you can see on the slide what are the costs. And the company still, for some plant manager, they're paying 6,000 euros. That's a lot. That also our director mentioned today that usually the foreign investors are paying a little bit higher salaries than a local company. Cost of real estate in our country. It's also a must to develop a little bit the non-residential real estate, but as the information, the logistics is maximum 8 euro. The office space is up to 20 euro, including VAT, and industrial 7 euro per square meter. But we are still in developing this sector. It's a growing sector of 4% last year, despite it was a pandemic and all the problems with the war, but still is developing a lot. And it's influencing a lot of the process of absorbing of the international investor. Utility cost. This is, I think, one of the most frequently asked themes in the last months, starting from 24 February, the gas, sewage, electricity and water. This is average cost in the free economic zone. I think Tunghen, if Doamna Miss Proaș is here. It's approximative. I know that it's changing every day, and it's a huge discussion regarding the future cost of electricity and gas, but still it's lower than in the region. It's lower than in Romania, it's lower than in Bulgaria. So that means that the company at the end of the day will pay less and less. Very important slide is next is cost of living in our country. It's approximate cost of an apartment, one bedroom, the movie, one-way ticket, taxi, mid-range restaurant, and international hotel chain like Radisson Marriott or Best Western. Usually it's one also, by the way, you will be surprised, the most frequently asked slide by the international investors, because they are enjoying to live here. I know that definitely you know a lot of international investors who are staying here in Republic of Moldova, but not in their origin country. Also, I would like to present how we divided the economic sectors of Republic of Moldova. We were thinking a lot. We have the strategy in the past, Sniper Strategy 2020. Now we'll have the presentation for the future 2030 Moldova strategy. But we divided the sectors in this way: service and providing sector, production and industrial, emerging sector, and in infrastructure and real estate. Because ICT, BPO, SSC, R&D and creative is one. In production we have automotive, electronics, staffel, food processing, furniture and machine building. Emerging sector that usually everybody is discussing about renewable and waste management, but still it's in the process of developing. And infrastructure and real estate is the last one. I will describe shortly several of them. The most important and the last is definitely ICT. Because of several reasons. First of all, it's our infrastructure. We have 98% fully covered of 4G and the fiber optic. We have dedicated policy. We have a strategic framework. We have electronic visa, and the most important, we have a virtual park that allows the company to pay only 7% unique tax, and 93% is purely income. The next one is also a very important sector that started to become one strategic for our country is automotive. Automotive has 14% of our GDP, 20,000 of employees, and a lot of international companies, all of them based in free economic zone. We have Draxler Manufacturing plants, Gebauer, Fujikura, Sumitomo, Lear Corporation, and I have also a map with more than 15 companies in automotive. We are doing electronic components, cabling and harnesses, and textile in automotive. But we are trying to develop, to have a value-added sector here, and also to develop a new niche sector such as electronic. That also is a part component, but also they have other niche subsectors in electronics. It's very interesting that we have developed with 170 companies, and by the way, we have some companies that are exporting to all over the world. The turnover is 150 million euro, and at the moment only 10,000 employees, but I believe that they will grow a lot. First of all, they have an association, we promote a lot. We will go to Germany soon to some meetings and expos, and I do believe that soon we will have 15,000 employees here. Next is BPO, or business service sector. Tomorrow we also will have a presentation regarding this sector. We do believe that this one is going to be the next after the ICT in terms of development and export of services. At the moment is 4,000 companies and 24,000 of employees with a big turnover, $500 million. But I hope that we will have also a virtual park and fiscal incentive for BPO in order to attract international companies in this sector. And the last but not the least of it's a traditional agri-food sector that everybody of us, I think, was involved in our childhood, is agri-food and food processing. 12% of our GDP, 45% of our exports that involve a lot of workforce, in our opinion, too much, because we must process all our raw materials. We are very good at wine, cereals and fruit and vegetables, but Moldova can be a hub or one exporter in terms of organic agri-food, especially organic walnuts and nuts. For all these sectors, we have two main invitations or offers. First is Moldova IT Park unique tax. Is a 7% tax that are covering all tax that you are seeing on the screen. Is local corporate tax, medicine insurance, employee, and the company have a revenue of 93%. And by the way, the salaries in the Moldova IT Park, the net and the gross is the same. That also is very important in terms of attracting investment. And we already have more than 1,000 companies here, have great achievements in 4 years from 35 countries in the world. And as I remember, USA and Romania is in top investors in this technology virtual park. And the second offer of our country is free economic zone, of course. We have 7 zones and 34 subzones, sorry, all over our country from north to south, and we have a very simple offer. It is zero VAT, zero excise duties, zero corporate income tax if the company is investing more than $1 million, and 10 years state warranty in case of any change of legislation. And at the end, this is our presentation. And I want to everybody who is from Moldova to be proud, because Moldova is a strategic country with geographical position. Multilingual, is competitive, is advanced, is digital, is special, and definitely is very attractive. That was my presentation. Thank you very much, and see you at the coffees. Everybody welcome.
keynote speaker, Angela Sachs. And now, please welcome Dumitru Udrea, General Secretary of the Government, Moldova's National Development Strategy 2030.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from the very beginning, I would like to say that this is an honor and pleasure to speak to such a distinguished audience today, and I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our host, the Moldovan Investment Agency, for a well-prepared event. As the title suggests, the event today is about supporting businesses and promoting investments in our country. Ever since taking over last year, development and implementation of pro-business policies has been a key priority of the government of the Republic of Moldova. Having been elected on a strong mandate to restore the rule of law, enhance good governance, encourage economic development, and pave the way towards prosperity, we view of European integration as a compass which will help us to deliver upon this absolutely legitimate expectation of our citizens, as well as of companies doing business in our country. National Development Strategy is the document which expresses our strategic view on how we see our country after 7 years. Prosperous, resilient, and European. This is Moldova in 2030. The National Development Strategy is the national long-term strategic vision document which indicates the development directions of the country and society, and which adapt the priorities and objectives of the association agreement between the Republic of Moldova and the European Union, the commitments which derives from the status of the candidate country for the EU accession, as well as 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The Moldova 2030 strategy adopts the concept used by European Union countries to measure people's quality of life in 10 dimensions, which are seen on the screen. The need for visionary strategic planning document is determined by ensuring a unique and coherent framework that will anchor public policies. Moreover, it is underlined by the new economic, social and security realities that the Republic of Moldova is facing, as well as the entire region or even the world, in the context of the sequences of crises and that have caused numerous systemic development deficiencies. The strategy is based on 10 development objectives. Each objective contains a series of specific objectives and priority actions according to the existing budget programs, which is intended to set benchmark and directions of actions that will be the basis for development of sectoral policy documents. The document contains also a list of annual projects. A few of them are presented on the slide, and Moldova would like by 2030 the government to carry out flagship projects that will be fundamentally change the quality of life and accelerate the development of the economy. Among them are the Chișinău-Iași highway and 4 other road bridges between the Republic of Moldova and Romania, at Giurgiu, Leova, Ungheni and Nisporeni, 2 regional hospitals in Belz and Cahul, as well as the fact that all districts' medical institutions will be modernized. Each locality of more than 50,000 inhabitants will have new or rehabilitated sewage system and treatment plants. Model schools and high schools in all growth policies cities will be created, and also easy programs will be launched. Easy business programs will be launched. Taking into account the aim of today's event, I would like to pay more attention to the general objective 1, the entrepreneurship component. The sustainable increase of income, we are aware that a sustainable increase of income can be achieved by increasing the competitiveness of companies, increasing labor productivity, and integrating marginalized people and groups in the process of creating economic value. The basic precondition for this is that states encourage of people to realize their professional aspirations and potential, both as employees as employer, by developing opportunities and potential both as employees as employers, by developing for innovations and entrepreneurship, as well as professional development. In order to reduce inequalities, public policies will focus on economic empowerment of population with low incomes. We will ensure the implementation of development-oriented policies that support productive activities, the creation of decent jobs, entrepreneurship, creativity and innovations, and that encourage the formalization and growth of micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, including through the access to financial services. Programs will be developed for minimizing the regulatory burden on the business environment by simplifying procedures, regulations, and processes within the state institutions to reduce the indirect cost that the business environment bears. Optimization, standardization, and automation of interactions between public authorities and the business environment will be another priority. Promotion of domestic products on the local market and export markets in accordance with the provisions of the Association Agreement with the EU and the World Trade Organization agreements. Simplifying custom procedures by reducing bureaucracy, digitalizing processes, and ensuring the uninterrupted operation of customs to streamline and secure commercial transactions. Simplification, debureaucratization, and streamlining of VAT refund procedures. The last but not the least, supporting entrepreneurship program for women and young people. The National Development Strategy is going to be a document of entire society. The document we are planning that the document will enter into force by the end of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Moldova has firmly and irreversibly made its choice to be part of the free world. As we embark upon our journey towards becoming a full member of the European family, we are open for business for all willing to explore the exciting opportunities my country has to offer. So please always feel free to engage with us, and if you feel free that there is something that we can do better. Thanking the organizers once again for this event, I would like to express my hope that the plans voiced today will become the business opportunity of tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
The floor is given to the Vice Prime Minister of Digitalization, Iurie Țurcanu, the digital everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests, thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to stand in front of you and to talk to you today. And my mission today is to present Moldova as a digital destination, as a nation who invests into digital, into the future, into technology. And my key message here is we want to develop a digital Moldova together. Our digital journey started back in time, roughly 10 to 12 years ago. And what we succeed to do until now is to put in place a digital ecosystem with a lot of microservices, a lot of services, which combined together solve different administrative problems, different commercial problems, different social problems, assembled together in different ways, as mentioned. And because of these technologies, pretty innovative technologies, which were built together with private sector, now we are at the point when we are rethinking entire public sector, entire public administration through the new way of technology. In fact, we are building together a new experience of interaction between the state and citizens and state and businesses. This interaction, this new way of service delivery means citizen centricity or customer centricity instead of bureaucracy-based processes and bureaucracy-based services. So only by using the M-Connect, which is the data exchange platform alone, we are able to simplify. We already simplified more than 300 processes within the public administration, but we still counting on more simplifications. And we are excluding the paper-based processes and paper-based links in the chain, in the service delivery chain, and replacing them with digital interaction, with remote interaction, with more comfortable and convenient interaction, both cost and time-wise. The digital identity, which is crucial for accessing public services and for accessing different institutions, is also constantly improving. We were the first seven countries in the world implementing mobile electronic identity to make it possible for our mobile phones not only to be our links to family, to friends, but also to be our digital identity, connecting us to the state, connecting us to our businesses and our image of a business which is seen by the government, by the state. Also, connection-wise, we are a pretty connected nation, connecting all the localities, and only just a few localities don't have a full broadband connectivity, which is still a matter of time, and we will have 100 large bandwidth connection to all the localities, which make the internet and this reform, the internet available to everyone, and these reforms we are counting on very feasible and very dynamic. So now, as Madam Prime Minister mentioned to you, as my previous speakers mentioned, we reduced the number of, we reduced the entire bureaucracy and the number of documents a business has to use in interaction with the state from 400 and something, 460 to 130 documents, and we are still reducing these documents just to make sure that the businesses concentrate on their primary activity and not affected that much by bureaucracy. So the important message is that we build all these digital values together with private sector. And here comes a new opportunity for those, especially for those businesses who are oriented themselves to new technologies, to future technologies, to come and to be part of this transformation of Moldovan nation. Everything we built so far, every digital platform was built together with private sector, in conjunction with private sector, in consultations with private sector, for private sector. So just a couple of examples. The most innovative payment service, which we use for collecting payments, and from January 21st we use for paying all the allowances, all the social payments, we use this digital platform, was built together with private companies and all private banks, all commercial banks. The mobile identity was built together with mobile operators and some other operators who are from the private sector as well, ISPs and others. Now we are on our way to release a new way of digital identity, which will make it even more possible and even more comfortable for businesses and citizens to consume public services and interact with each other. And last but not least, which is a very important step for us in the accession to EU and in our entire digital aspiration agenda, is to consider what happens in the region, what's the digital development in the region. We are connected with our neighbors, our nations. And in this context, I want to mention that with our colleagues from Romania, from colleagues from the government of Romania, we signed an agreement to extend the presence of multinational companies, technology vendors, to extend their complete presence here in our geography, in our country. And we signed an agreement to build the common digital space. So this common digital space will not touch just digital spectrum of services and activities. It will touch everyone, because digital now is literally everywhere. So if you pick a sector, even there are some businesses which are based on digital, although they are not that much, were not meant to be digital in the first place. Just to mention Uber, eBay or Booking. So all these businesses were built digitally, but on analog, on physical infrastructures. We invite you all to be part of this journey, to be part of this agenda, and to make your businesses more prosperous, more rewardable, to create new jobs, to make our country a better place to live, and all together to become a digital nation. I thank you very much for the opportunity to address this message to you. Thank for the organizer for this wonderful event, and let us build Digital Moldova together. Thank you very much.
Bună ziua, onorată asistență. Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic what we are going to discuss is very actual. Currently, it is related to the energy, to the development, green transition, and energy resilience. So actually, we are currently in the energy crisis, but let's think a little bit out of the box. Each crisis means an opportunity. And in our case, government has presented this summer to the society, to the business, what are our plans to cope with this crisis. This is firstly, replacing the natural gas with alternative fuels and reduce consumption by implementing energy efficiency, by consuming less energy but producing the same amount of goods or services. One element of the energy green transition and energy resilience is, of course, renewable energy, because renewable energy and energy efficiency are that fuels which has every country. Moldova has a high potential of renewable energy, solar, wind, biogas, biomass, and of course energy efficiency, which is actually first fuel. Last year, government has taken a list of measures to enable investments in this field, and here I would like to mention allocating capacity quotas for different technologies for small projects, small-scale projects up to 1 megawatt, and big scale over 1 megawatt in producing electricity. What we saw when the call for proposals, when date for collecting requests to become eligible producer, what we seen was phenomenal. Demand for solar energy was 5 times higher than the quotas allocated by the government. So what we did, we have made a modeling to see if that capacities could be integrated into the power system, considering the load shape, and we taken a decision to accept all that 120 megawatts of solar energy projects. What it means for business community? It means that for the following 2 years, that that enterprises has to build, has to invest into the construction of the power plants. Around 120 enterprises. This means direct investments into the economy of 1 million plus euros, 100 millions plus. It means need in technology. It means manufacturing. It means logistics. It means assembling, operating of the power plants. This represents business opportunities in the coming years. In addition to this, what we are seeing now after government has promoted simplification of the procedures to connect to the grid, a boom in installing small-scale solar PV plants at households. Again, this represents an opportunity. In addition to this, considering our plans until 2025 in building up to 410 megawatts, it means also new businesses which we expect to appear on the market. Firstly, related to flexibility of power system, storage, storage, and technologies which are flexible and are not dependent on the weather. In addition to this, since electricity market rules entered into force in Moldova from the beginning of summer, the forecasting, the scheduling of the generation requires very detailed data, access to a technology of forecasting for such business. Again, this is an opportunity which we expect to appear in the coming months and years. With regard to the existing financial instruments, they can be divided into that which are enabled with the assistance of international financial institutions, and here I would like to refer to EU for Business Credit Line and Green Energy Financing Facility, as well as Livada Moldova, which are oriented to specific stakeholders like companies doing industry activity, either agricultural activity. In addition to this, state has allocated money into budget through the state budget to finance small scale or smaller projects compared to those above. And here is, of course, Organization for Development of Entrepreneuriat and Agency for financing in agricultural field. In addition to renewable energy, as I mentioned, this is one part which replaces natural gas. Energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is a first priority. Recently, government has conveyed an agreement with the European Union to finance in next 4 years a big energy efficiency project in public sector, the biggest ever project of energy efficiency as an amount of budget allocated, 75 million euros, and in additional up to 20 million allocated by the government. What does it mean? Next 4 years in the field will be required construction materials, human resources, qualified human resources on the field, logistics. Once again, this turns into the business opportunities. Apart from this, we are working currently on establishing of the energy efficiency fund for residential sector. Residential sector has a huge demand in financing and has huge potential in savings. That's why we're inviting you to follow and to be part of this development. And we're also moving, apart from the building sector, we're moving with district heating projects, both in Chisinau and Belz. Project will be, and already are under development, installing new distribution system within the block of flats and individual heating points, both again in Chisinau and in Belz. And we are grateful for the support of international financial institutions which supports Moldova in this field. Again, the investments, which are huge, 90 million euros in Chisinau and additional 17 million euros in Belz will be invested in the following 4 years, will require a qualified workforce and infrastructure, technology, which will be installed there. So we consider that this should be taken into consideration for the business community present here, which is following us. And a little bit about the vision, about the long term. And long term means 2030, 2050. We already committed and communicated within the energy community treaty what are our goals until 2030, until the Paris Agreement time horizon. In the next decade, we will work on reducing greenhouse gas emissions by implementing energy efficiency projects and renewable energy projects, what I mentioned before. That's why this is an element of our country development strategy. For the longer vision, we're doing modeling exercise which take into consideration all demand drivers, energy consumption demand drivers, as GDP, as potential, as current framework, which will lead us towards climate neutrality until 2050. This will be presented, the energy strategy of climate neutrality will be presented to the wide audience this year, and green transition, energy efficiency, renewable energy, district heating, cogeneration is part of this strategy. Thank you for your attention, and we're inviting you to be part of our green transition.
Please welcome Sergiu Gaibu, Minister of Economy, with the presentation of Product-Oriented Economy.
Your Excellencies, dear guests, good day, and I'm very glad to be here. And to conclude this session, as I would like to mention here a very important thing that was mentioned by Mr. Miklos. All of these priorities that have to be focused Moldova actually are not under the governance, direct governance of the Ministry of Economy. What does this mean? This means that the entire government have to build the economy, the entire society, with our partners, with our international support team, technical teams, and there is a lot of cause of work to be done, and we can work together to build a new economy and a new Moldova. I'm very glad that I'm concluding this panel because our predecessors showed how much effort is done by each ministry on their field in order to prepare a good environment for the business. And this is the objective of the nowadays government, and we would like to make clear objectives in the future. That's why we have a national strategy that shows that we would like to improve the environment, and we would like also to create a good life for our citizens, but also for the business. In Moldova, it is required a lot of reforms to be done, but which one really will unblock the efficiency, will unblock the economic growth and good wealth for our citizens. And I would start sector by sector. Digitalization. Mr. Țurcanu already spoken about this, and Ministry of Economy chosen this sector as a priority for itself to build the policies that are required so that the agencies that implement services for the government will have all the enabled policies to develop new solutions, new instruments for the government and for the businesses and for citizens. That's why we approved the first digital package with 28 acts that enables this change and these processes. This happened at the end of the last year. Then we started to develop the electronic commerce package with 16 acts so that the electronic commerce in Moldova happens as smooth and fast as comparing to our peer countries. In this regard, this package is already almost ready, and we would like to promote it through the governmental bodies and in the parliament. Other achievements are we enabled the signature, which is very important for international investors, signature that it can be used from other countries. And it is already in process of piloting and the negotiations with Romania, which is the first country. But definitely we will not stop here, and we will do these changes and these negotiations with all other important partners. Another domain which is crucial but less visible is infrastructure quality. We prepared a very vast program together with World Bank to reassess the infrastructure quality of the Republic of Moldova, the accreditation laboratories, and where there is more need for instruments, for laboratories, we will develop this in the upcoming period of time. International relations is highly important for us. We continue to develop the relations with our partners, and of course we needed in these hard times to increase the quotas together with the European Union, and we are very thankful that they are very open and helped Moldova to at least double these quotas. We continue also a dialogue with EFTA, very important countries for our products, and we would like to increase the markets that we already have 45 free trade agreements, but we would like to increase this market for our producers, but also for investors that are investing in Moldova. Also, we understand that it is very difficult to develop all the sectors at once. That's why in these times we select the most important sectors for Moldova, and we invite you to make investments in these sectors. And I would emphasize here electronics, which has a great demand at this moment at the international level, and we have great potential here in Moldova. I would like to mention that this year our technical university, together with a team of young people, launched a satellite in cosmos with the support of international partners. This is a proof of the capabilities of our young people, of the qualifications that we have. We would like that research and development become an important sector of services. That's why we are preparing, and together with our government partners, we would like to develop a regime for services that will be appealing for the investors and will develop this sector in Moldova. we have quite underused resources in Moldova. The labor force is used in Moldova at about 40%. And for that purpose, we need to develop industries and sectors that will help to absorb this population, this workforce that is present in Moldova, young people that are well educated. And for that reason, we need services sectors with the whole range of and type of services, starting with processing data, logistic processes, and also engineering, planning, human resource services, and of course, research and development. We also would like to develop a good financial environment. We have a main source for the financing of economy is the banking sector, but we need also an alternative solution. And because our capital market is very limited at this point, we need an alternative solution that is built by the government. I just came back from Poland yesterday, and we had discussions about support in developing a development fund in Moldova. It is called FACEM, and we will have a presentation soon on September 20th, and to develop important products to support investments here in Moldova and to support also export to other countries. Thus, we have increased guarantee fund. We also have support from the World Bank that almost doubled the guarantee fund here in Moldova, but also to develop credit lines that will have a reasonable cost of resources for investments here in Moldova, and develop local companies that will become good suppliers to international companies. With this said, I would like to invite the investors to have courage to invest in Moldova. I have visited our region. Our local companies, in spite of the crisis, are expanding their businesses. They are doing investments at this moment. And I encourage you also to do the same and to build Moldova together with us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We kindly invite to the stage Irina Vlach, Member of Government.
Bună ziua! Stimați organizatori și invitați ai forumului, vă salut la forumul Moldova Business Week. Titlul panelului, Schimbarea regulilor de joc, un mediu pentru afaceri, este impresionant. Această denumire orientează spre viitor, dinamism și dorința de a face o schimbare. Acestea sunt calitățile care ne lipsesc în această perioadă complicată. Astăzi, omenirea se confruntă cu diferite crize. Aceste vremuri dificile vin cu întrebări nu mai puțin dificile pentru lideri. Cum să depășești crizele cu cele mai mici pierderi? Cum să nu te înici în rutină sarcinilor și problemelor zilnice? Pe ce subiecte cu adevărat importante ar trebui să-ți concentrezi atenția și să atragi resurse? Consider că misiunea principală a unui lider este crearea imaginii viitorului. Liderul trebuie să prezinte viitorul dorit în detalii, să elaboreze planuri de acțiune și să unească oamenii pentru a le realiza. Liderii din administrație publică unesc oamenii pentru a construi noi drumuri, grădinițe, școli, spitale și pentru a crea locuri de muncă. Liderii de afaceri unesc oamenii pentru a deschide noi companii și industrii, pentru a oferi servicii și pentru a crea un produs de care consumatorul are nevoie. Liderii nu doar visează, ei vizualizează, se gândesc până la cele mai mici detalii cum va fi orașul, țara lor peste un an și chiar decenii. Liderii influențează alți oameni cu visul lor pentru a materializa împreună acest vis. Recunosc, am și eu un vis. Visez să văd țara noastră ca parte componență a lanțurilor de producție, logistică și financiare de pe continentul european. Visez să văd țara noastră implicată în fluxuri internaționale care creează noi tehnologii și determină prioritățile dezvoltării socioeconomice. Sper să trecem de la statul consumatorilor de produse și servicii la cel de producători. Cred că acest vis este destul de realizabil, pentru că avem principala resursă, tinerii noștri. Tinerii noștri sunt foarte talentați, învață ușor, sunt mobili și creativi. Copiii noștri absolvesc cele mai prestigioase universități din lume și obțin un loc de muncă într-o companie cu renume mondial. Ei construiesc cariere de succes. Dorim să devenim parte din consorții mari ce dezvoltă softuri și noi soluții digitale, producând echipamente informatice, echipamente medicale, produse farmaceutice și multe alte. Există producții care sunt mai ușor și mai rapid de implementat în regiuni. Industriile intensive ale forței de muncă, în care sunt implicați un număr mare de angajați. În multe țări dezvoltate se află la periferia orașelor mari sau în localități mici. Astăzi, în Republica Moldova, regiunile au un potențial imens și sunt platforme de investiții promițătoare. Companiile din Republica Moldova au oportunități bune de dezvoltare datorită celor 44 de acorduri de liber schimb. Întreprinderile noastre au posibilitatea de a efectua operațiuni de export-import atât cu țările UE, cât și cu țările CSI și Turcia. Totodată, există și zone economice libere în Moldova, majoritatea fiind situate în regiuni. De exemplu, în mandatul actual, în Găgăuzia a fost adoptat un pachet de măsuri pentru susținerea și dezvoltarea afacerilor. Toate programele poartă un caracter complex și au fost dezvoltate ținând cont de necesitățile investitorilor. Pentru a atrage mari companii internaționale, a fost adoptată legea regională cu privire la investiții. Dorim ca țara noastră să fie în fruntea progresului economic și social, iar copiii noștri să fie participanți cu drepturi depline de aceste procese. Nu ne putem schimba trecutul și chiar prezentul nostru este practic imposibil de schimbat. Dar acțiunile sau inacțiunea noastră de astăzi ne determină viitorul. Stimați organizatori și invitați ai forumului, guvernul și mediul de afaceri au sarcini diferite, dar scopul este comun: o Moldova prosperă și dezvoltată economic. Locomotiva modernizării și dezvoltării țării noastre sunteți voi, dragi antreprenori. Pot spune cu încredere că sunteți un exemplu pentru noi. Voi cunoașteți cum să luați decizii non-standard, să ieșiți din zona de confort, să lucrați cu oameni și pentru oameni. Ați învățat cum să depășiți problemele, cum să vă adaptați la un mediu nou în continuă schimbare, să găsiți soluții noi și să lucrați la 360 de grade. Datorită talentelor organizaționale, energiei inepuizabile, intuiției și dorinței de schimbare, se creează noi oportunități pentru întreaga societate moldovenească. Voi generați aceste oportunități atunci când deschideți noi locuri de muncă, când vă instruiți angajații și îi implicați în cultura de afaceri și cultura de producție. Atunci când plătiți impozite, datorită cărora se construiesc și se repară drumuri, grădinițe și școli, spitale în țara noastră, se plătesc pensii și indemnizații sociale. Aș dori să-mi exprim profundă recunoștință față de cei care muncesc deja în Moldova și rămân devotați țării noastre. Mă adresez celor care consideră Moldova o potențială platformă investițională. Sunt sigură că forumul de astăzi vă va convinge să vă localizați afacerea în regiunile țării noastre. Vă mulțumim pentru încredere că Moldova este un teritoriu promițător pentru afaceri de succes. Vă mulțumesc!
And now, virtual floor is given to Octavian Armashu, Governor, National Bank of Moldova, Financial Infrastructure.
Bună ziua! Înainte de toate, îmi exprim gratitudinea pentru oferirea posibilității de a fi prezent cu un discurs la Moldova Business Week. Este un eveniment actual și necesar în condițiile în care toată lumea caută soluții pentru ieșirea din impasul în care s-au pomenit toate țările, mai întâi din cauza pandemiei și apoi a războiului din Ucraina. Este cert că prin schimb de experiență și de idei vom putea găsi rezolvări în sprijinul cetățenilor noștri și pentru dezvoltarea din mai departe a Republicii Moldova. Voi vorbi în continuare despre infrastructura financiară din țara noastră, nu înainte să fac unele precizări. În ultima perioadă, țara noastră, economia noastră și sistemul nostru bancar au trecut printr-o serie de șocuri. Băncile din Moldova și-au demonstrat reziliența în mai multe șocuri consecutive, unele dintre ele foarte puternice. Așa cum am spus, a fost criza pandemică, care a afectat puternic activitatea economică, dar și stilul nostru de viață. În momentul relaxării restricțiilor epidemice și a revenirii economiei, ne-am confruntat cu o serie de șocuri consecutive generate de războiul din Ucraina, scumpirea la nivel global a produselor alimentare și, desigur, creșterea prețurilor la petrol și la gaz. În tot acest timp, sistemul bancar din Moldova a rămas stabil, fiind o parte importantă a asigurării securității statului. Sistemul bancar a asigurat economia cu lichidități suficiente și accesibile, care au permis relansarea economiei în perioada post-pandemică și care au fost o parte importantă din creșterea economică record de anul trecut, de 13,9%. La începutul războiului, sistemul bancar autohton a făcut față tuturor solicitărilor de lichidități, devenind unul din elementele de asigurare a stabilității interne și de evitare a panicii. Această stabilitate și reziliența sistemului bancar este în mare parte consecința reformelor din ultimii ani. Începând cu anul 2016, Moldova a luat cursul spre o reformare completă a legislației și practicilor de funcționare a sistemului bancar. Într-un termen record, au fost adoptate și puse în aplicare principiile Basel III. Au fost modificate procedurile de redresare și rezoluție a băncilor. Au fost adoptate cele mai avansate practici în domeniul combaterii spălării banilor și finanțării terorismului și a fost efectuată o verificare completă a acționarilor băncilor, din sistem fiind eliminați cei care nu corespund exigențelor din domeniu. Aceste acțiuni au permis nu doar creșterea rezilienței și stabilității sectorului bancar, dar au dezvoltat și un mediu legal și operațional pentru investitorii atât locali cât și de peste hotare. Reformele au fost efectuate în colaborare cu partenerii de dezvoltare a Republicii Moldova. Astfel, legislația națională a devenit una foarte omogenă cu directivele europene și legislația internațională relevantă. Voi preciza că reformele în domeniul bancar continuă. În materie de sisteme de plăți urmează niște schimbări fundamentale, care sunt bazate pe 3 piloni. Primul este adoptarea directivei europene PSD2, care va permite implementarea principiilor de open banking. Al doilea este o infrastructură nouă de plăți instant, care va lucra permanent 24/7 și va fi operată de Banca Națională. Al treilea va fi aderarea la SEPA, zona unică de plăți în euro, care va simplifica procedurile de plată în euro și va deschide larg posibilitățile de plăți instante. La fel, ne gândim la o subdiviziune în cadrul BNM specializată în fintech, care reprezintă unul dintre vectorii importanți de dezvoltare viitoare a sectorului financiar. Digitalizarea, la fel, reprezintă o prioritate pe agenda Băncii Naționale, atât în procesele interne, cât și în interacțiunile cu entitățile supravegheate. Un rol deosebit îl are educația financiară în societate, Banca Națională fiind coordonator la nivel național. Astfel, pe lângă dezvoltarea serviciilor financiare sub aspect digital, suntem implicați în informarea consumatorilor despre toate schimbările din sectorul bancar. Cu siguranță, cei care doresc să investească în Republica Moldova au văzut cum în ultimii ani sectorul nostru bancar a devenit unul robust, modern, care funcționează în baza unei legislații elaborate după cele mai înalte standarde internaționale. Avem un sector transparent care este deschis pentru inovații și investiții. Voi reitera că Republica Moldova nu are altă soluție decât să îmbrățișeze un parcurs de inovații. Acest parcurs poate fi realizat dacă există o cooperare între regulatori, instituțiile statului, investitori și participanții pieței. Putem realiza acest parcurs dacă îl implementăm cu instituții ale statului puternice și în condiții atractive pentru investitorii noi. Îmi exprim speranța că vor fi atrași investitori în sectorul fintech din Republica Moldova. Banca Națională va întreprinde măsurile necesare pentru a dezvolta infrastructura de plăți în țara noastră, care va permite implementarea unor noi instrumente de plăți. În calitate de regulator, BNM își va axa eforturile pe modernizarea continuă a creșterii accesibilității și a întăririi rezilienței sistemului bancar. Vă mulțumesc!
Keynote speaker, Angela Sachs.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, it is my great pleasure to be here with you today at this very important event. As the past few years have shown, and many people have already spoken about it, challenges arise without prior notice and with no request for permission. Prompt and coordinated actions to unexpected situations are key to ensure appropriate responses. This business forum today is one such action and a most relevant one. Since the days of the pandemic, we have come to witness that every cloud has a silver lining, and challenges come with opportunities. Now you're going to say this sounds like cliché, but it is true. With the war in neighboring Ukraine, Moldova is facing its fair amount of unprecedented challenges. Identifying opportunities has become a major task for the governments, businesses, citizens in this part of the world and beyond. The challenges that have been brought about by the war, coupled with the energy crisis, has been a true test of resilience for the Moldovan government, its businesses and its citizens. We're all at a fast-track learning curve as to how we can navigate these uncharted waters, so Moldova is not alone. However, one thing is clear: Moldova can count on the support of its development partners, such as EBRD, to stand firm behind it and help through these multiple crises. Ukraine's immediate neighbors have been most affected, with Moldova being on the forefront, but certainly the impact goes beyond that. Situations like this demand that businesses in Moldova and in the region should swiftly adapt to the new realities. It is important to promptly explore opportunities in filling in the production and services that are now in short supply. Moldova, with the right investments in logistics and infrastructure, has the potential to transform into a regional logistics hub, and it can become a critical supply chain solution for the region. While the new challenges imply that increased needs to develop logistics platforms, the other core aspects, such as digital connectivity, services, green transition, energy and resource efficiency, as well as investments in business-enabling infrastructure, will prove decisive and beneficial. The best moment to act and to tackle these needs together is now. The good news, which we all happily welcomed and cheered this year, is Moldova's EU accession candidacy confirmed back in June. This is a very important achievement for the Moldovan authorities and its people, even if it means hands-on work to secure its unbeatable benefits in the near future. The reforms related to the EU accession process, along with the government's development strategy, Moldova 2030, which was laid out earlier on, which is also well aligned with the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, are expected to further improve the investment climate. When we talk about the investment climate, it is at the heart of EBRD's support, not only to Moldova, but in all of our countries of operation. EBRD has been supporting Moldova since 1992, and one of the main directions of our support has always been private sector development and investment climate improvement. The EU candidacy status will undoubtedly give a fresh impetus to the plans for modernization and acceleration of reforms in the country. We at EBRD have a long-standing and deep relationship with this country. Every year, our bank invests in excess of 10 billion euros across all of its countries of operation in different sectors of the economy, both in private sector and in public sector. In Moldova, the EBRD has invested nearly 2 billion euros to date in 157 transactions, of which 60% have been invested in the private sector. This makes us the largest institutional investor in the country. Our investments are varied and include support to financial institutions, public infrastructure such as transport, roads, railways, logistics infrastructure, energy companies and utilities, as well as corporates and SMEs in sectors such as manufacturing and services, agribusiness, and telecommunication. The EBRD's strategic focus in Moldova is primarily through four main directions. The first one I would like to highlight is resilient financial sector. The second one, green transition and energy security. Third one would be sustainable infrastructure and public utilities. And to complete our four priorities, of course, private sector competitiveness and SME development. EBRD is a demand-driven organization, and our annual investments in Moldova have so far ranged between 80 to 100 million euro per year. But this happens in traditional and normal years. 2022 is not a traditional or a regular year. It has brought about many challenges for the economy. Even before the economy could rebound from the pandemic crisis. This year, therefore, we have stepped up our support to Moldova and have already invested over 180 million euros in 10 transactions. We will not stop here. We will continue our investments. As I said, we're a demand-driven organization and the demands are huge. By the end of 2022, we expect our investments to reach up to 400 million euros in Moldova, which is roughly 4% of Moldova's GDP. One of the most pressing challenges in Moldova is energy security. So our investments support the connection of Moldova's gas and electricity networks to the European Union through Romania. We at EBRD have also committed to support Moldova with energy supply diversification, and this year, back in June, we provided financing of 300 million euros for gas procurement in European markets. We heard from many speakers how important it is to secure energy in this country. This project aims to ensure uninterrupted gas supply in Moldova and will help safeguard the basic needs and economic livelihoods of nearly 3 million Moldovans and also the refugees from Ukraine. This financing will seek to secure 1/5 of Moldova's energy needs for 2022 alone. In the current difficult climate of inflation and supply chain shocks, we are also working to expand our work on food security to support Moldova and the region around it. In this context, we're pleased to report that Giurgiulești International Free Port, whose operator we own, is becoming part of the solution to importing and exporting fuel and grain, both from and to Moldova, and of course also to Ukraine. We continue supporting the rail and road infrastructure of Moldova, which are critical for efficient goods transportation and trade links, especially today. The EBRD also creates access to green skills, jobs, entrepreneurship, including specifically for women in business, and we work closely with Moldova and the authorities of Moldova on policy matters, from energy sector reform to banking and financial sector reforms. Cooperation with IFIs lies at the heart of our operations. We work with bilateral partners, in particular with the EU, and through our excellent EBRD-EU-EIB cooperation. While there are many challenges, there certainly are plenty of opportunities here in Moldova. So, honored participants, you are most welcome here, and I hope you can readily explore these opportunities for future investments. Let me highlight a few areas which we believe are becoming ripe for private sector involvement, encompassing mutual benefits. You've heard Mr. Borosan mention it loudly and clearly: resource and energy efficiency. This is one area that has become a top priority for Moldova and will continue to remain so. Moldova is a signatory to Paris Agreement with ambitious goals. The building sector has the largest share in the final energy consumption in Moldova. It is a key contributor to CO2 emissions, followed by transport and industry sectors. Energy efficiency awareness is crucial for new logistical facilities and infrastructure objects. Whether it is public sector or private sector, it is equally important. EBRD is also committed to have all of its projects aligned to the goals of the Paris Agreement. We have a huge challenge in our hands as well. We aim to achieve an ambitious target of green finance share in our total annual investments in all of our countries of operation of more than 50% by 2025. It is worth highlighting the opportunities to enhance the circular economy, including through potential investments in solid waste management sector. It may not look glamorous, it may not sound fantastic, but this is one very much needed initiative that needs to go forward in Moldova. Otherwise, it risks an environmental catastrophe if not addressed. So, potential investments in solid waste management, and also, I can't not mention the prospects in renewable energy sectors to diversify Moldova's energy mix. Tomorrow, I understand from the forum's agenda, these will be the topics that you can jointly explore. The future is greener, and we all believe in that. And Moldova and EBRD are keen to develop the renewable energy sector for better energy security at affordable prices and in an environmentally sustainable manner. The bank has been providing technical assistance to the authorities to unlock much-needed auctions for utility-scale wind and solar projects. The aim of the Moldovan government and the EBRD is to ensure there is a robust legal and regulatory framework to attract reputable investors for renewable resources. We very much look forward to continuing our support and eventually helping to organize the first competitive tenders in this sector. Mr. Borosan is nicely smiling because we're working hand in hand with the Ministry of Infrastructure on this. To conclude, I want to highlight that Moldova has much to offer, despite the multiple challenges in view of the pandemic years, energy crunch, and regional security. It is true that these challenges may impact the risk profile of Moldova in the short term. We said it many times, and I will repeat it again, that the country, as well as potential investors, can rely on EBRD to continue its support with investments in the private sector, investments in key infrastructure, support to diversification of energy supply, and advisory for policy initiatives. The commitment of the Moldovan authorities to crucial reforms only adds to the motivation and to the goodwill of the development partners to step up their support this year and beyond. I hope that this investment forum will encourage the prospective investors to be bold and make use of many business opportunities that Moldova has to offer. Thank you very much.
Noroc. This is the way we, Moldovans, greet each other. With this word, we wish each other good luck when we begin our journeys. Our roads always bring you to a place where you feel like home. This is Moldova, a tree that grows in a fertile land. And this is how we want to be known to the whole world. That is why the Tree of Life is our symbol. It represents the contemporary Moldova, but also the origins of our nation, as the tree is often crafted in our traditional carpets, included in UNESCO's patrimony. The roots symbolize the development and continuous growth. We crowned our tree with a rose, our metaphor for love and family. In the rose, we find the symbol of digital connectivity. Hope and faith are represented by the symbol of the cross. The cups celebrate the pride for our legendary wines. The fabric symbolizes the craftsmanship, including our textile industry. The screw represents the automotive and electronics sector. A symbol of our tradition, the basil is associated with protection and purity. Vegetables and fruit tell us about the diversity of orchards. The intertwined branches illustrate the infrastructure and the economic bridge between the West and the East. Finally, the M letter from the name of Moldova symbolizes the land that holds our spirit, the fertile soil on which any idea, initiative, or investment comes to life and brings harvest. In a fast-changing world, we come with a promise and an honest invitation. Be our guest and grow your business here with us.
Moldova, Regional Logistic Hub. Moderator, Alexandru Gozun.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted being here today and in front of you and moderating or facilitating a panel which is literally referring to the backbone of any economy on logistics. And we have a few topics we would like to cover in this panel, which would show the whole picture on the logistics infrastructure currently present in Moldova, but also look a bit into the future and, of course, touch upon how Moldova is coping with the impact of the war in Ukraine on the transportation infrastructure, what immediate measures there are undertaken by the state in order to streamline the trade operations of the companies, but also quoting Angela Sachs, as every crisis is an opportunity, although it's a cliche, but still that's true. How we can increase the role of logistics and transportation, Moldova's role of logistics and transportation in the region, which is literally respecting the motto of our today's event, especially in the solution for the regional supply chain part. Now, with this endeavor in mind, we have assembled a team of speakers who will be able to cover every bit of the subject. And to launch the panel, I would kindly invite the speakers to join me here. First, please, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, Mr. Pascaluța, Lilia Dabija, exactly, I still recall her maiden name, General Secretary at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, Lydia Ababi, Deputy Director of the Customs Service of the Republic of Moldova, Oleg Tofilat, Director of the Moldovan Railway Company, and of course Matthias von Tucher, yes, my fellow colleague in the European Business Association Board, but also the General Director of Moldovan Giurgiulești Port. Okay, so I would kindly ask to Mr. Pascaluța to kick off our discussion with a brief overview of the transport infrastructure.
Alexandru, mersi mult. Sunt reprezentantul Ministerului Infrastructurii și Dezvoltării Regionale, responsabil pe transport. În mod obișnuit ar fi trebuit să facem o prezentare în care să începem cu o scurtă desfășurare a situației actuale, a capacităților noastre și a planurilor pe viitor, pe segmentul de transport și logistică. Însă, la moment, o privire pe ansamblu asupra tot ce privește segmentul de transport, logistică și aspecte operaționale sunt marcate major de conflictul din Ucraina. În cele ce urmează, o să vă prezint pe scurt situația actuală, mersul actual și oportunitățile de viitor. Odată cu declanșarea războiului din Ucraina, am fost puși în situația de a face față unor provocări fără precedent pe toate segmentele. Doar pe segmentul transport, situația arăta în felul următor. Tranzitul de marfă pe teritoriul Ucrainei a fost suspendat. Mulți dintre transportatorii noștri au fost chiar prinși la granița dintre Ucraina și Federația Rusă, fiind nevoiți să-și abandoneze camioanele. O bună parte au fost nevoiți să facă cale întoarsă, alții au fost nevoiți să utilizeze rute de ocolire, astfel tranzitând teritoriul mai multe țări europene pentru a ajunge acasă. Ne aflam în situația în care cotele de autorizații speciale negociate anual nu mai corespundeau cererii din cauza fluxului crescut prin țările europene. A apărut problema insuficienței autorizațiilor de transport. Stocurile limitate ale acestora erau una dintre principalele probleme care bloca activitatea transportului rutier de marfă. Peste noapte, Republica Moldova a devenit o cale de tranzit importantă a bunurilor din Ucraina spre Europa și viceversa. Acest fapt a pus și pune în continuare o presiune enormă pe infrastructura rutieră și pe cea feroviară. O altă consecință imediată a fost sistarea circulației trenului de pasageri pe ruta Odessa-Chișinău, pe o perioadă nedeterminată. Urmarea emiterii de către autoritățile din Ucraina și Federația Rusă a NATO-amurilor, prin care au declarat spațiul aerian al Republicii Moldova drept unul cu risc sporit, din motive de siguranță și securitate, spațiul aerian al Republicii Moldova a fost închis. În același timp, o bună parte din echipa guvernamentală era implicată plenar în gestionarea crizei refugiaților, transportarea acestora fiind asigurată și coordonată de Centrul de Gestionare a Crizei. Toate aceste provocări, practic, s-au întâmplat peste noapte. În acest sens, Ministerul, împreună cu colegii din instituțiile subordonate și alte ministeri de profil, și-au consolidat eforturile pentru a face față tuturor provocărilor și problemelor majore apărute. În scopul susținerii operatorilor de transport, au fost negociate coridoare verzi pentru întoarcerea vehiculelor blocate, fără autorizație de transport. Au fost identificate 2 coridoare verzi pentru întoarcerea unităților de transport moldovenești blocate pe teritoriul Federației Ruse și Republicii Belarus, fără autorizație de transport. Au fost obținute cote suplimentare în număr de 4150 de autorizații destinate operatorilor de transport moldoveni. Totodată, în urma eforturilor ministerilor și colegilor de la ANTA, pentru anul 2023 a fost obținută o cotă specială de 50 de autorizații multilaterale CEMT suplimentare, cu o treime mai mult decât de obicei. Paralel, au fost înaintate mai multe demersuri către Comisia Europeană pentru sprijinirea liberalizării transportului rutier internațional cu țările europene pentru operatorii de transport din Republica Moldova. Ca urmare, Consiliul European a luat decizia încheierii acordului dintre Uniunea Europeană și Republica Moldova privind liberalizarea transportului bilateral și tranzit de mărfuri. Astfel, grație consolidării eforturilor comune și negocierii unui cadru de cooperare eficient, într-un termen record, la data de 29 iunie 2022, la Lyon a fost semnat acordul dintre Republica Moldova și Uniunea Europeană privind liberalizarea transportului rutier de mărfuri, aplicarea acestuia fiind imediată. Astfel, în conformitate cu prevederile acordului, sunt scutite de autorizații următoarele operațiuni de transport: transportul bilateral de mărfuri, transportul de mărfuri în tranzit și transportul fără încărcătură în cadrul operațiunilor bilaterale și tranzit. Prezentul acord se aplică până la data de 31 martie 2023, cu posibilitatea prelungirii termenului stabilit. Semnarea acordului de liberalizare cu Uniunea Europeană oferă oportunități semnificative transportatorilor moldoveni, afectați de situația actuală în reorientarea rutelor de transport și contribuie la creșterea relațiilor comerciale cu țările europene, ceea ce contribuie intens la dezvoltarea cooperării economice dintre Uniunea Europeană și Republica Moldova. Următorul pas a fost finalizarea discuțiilor de liberalizare a transportului de mărfuri cu Ucraina. Mai mult de 5 ani de zile acest proiect aștepta să fie dus la bun sfârșit. Astfel, în cadrul ședinței Comisiei Mixte Moldo-Ucrainene pe transport rutier internațional, părțile au decis liberalizarea transportului de mărfuri în regim bilateral și tranzit pentru perioada 1 septembrie anul curent, 31 decembrie 2023. Astfel, la moment, transportatorii moldoveni se pot bucura de un regim liberalizat de mărfuri bilateral și tranzit cu majoritatea țărilor partenere, nefiind necesară utilizarea autorizațiilor specifice transportului rutier de marfă. Pe lângă provocările și acțiunile întreprinse în urma conflictului din Ucraina, continuăm să depunem eforturi în promovarea politicilor și programelor anunțate anterior. Astfel, un aspect important la care lucrăm este dezvoltarea și modernizarea transportului național de pasageri. Urmarea mai multor întâlniri cu operatorii care prestează servicii de transport și discuții problemelor cu care se confruntă aceștia, în februarie curent, de către Minister a fost aprobat programul Transport Modern. La moment avem o situație foarte complicată, prețurile la combustibil au crescut, iar cererea de transport a fost afectată mult și de condiții pandemice. Din acest motiv am decis să prezentăm o viziune unei reforme serioase în domeniul transportului rutier de pasageri. Programul Transport Modern este unul curajos, menit să facă regulă și să avem standarde mai înalte pentru aceste servicii. Să sprijinim mobilitatea și conectivitatea. Printre măsurile incluse în programul Transport Modern, aș vrea să evidențiez Programul Național de Susținere a Transportatorilor pentru înnoirea parcului auto. Avem în vedere acordarea de sprijin pentru investiții prin subvenții de la bugetul de stat pentru procurarea microbuzelor și autobuzelor noi, moderne. La moment suntem în discuții cu partenerii de dezvoltare pentru atragerea fondurilor și lucrăm asupra programului de renovare a parcului auto. Un alt aspect pe care ne-l dorim foarte mult este digitalizarea și fiscalizarea domeniului transport rutier prin implementarea unui sistem de management integrat în transport, și anume e-bilet, e-GPS și e-routing. Înțelegem că doar prin digitalizarea serviciilor de transport putem să asigurăm servicii moderne și adecvate cetățenilor noștri. Și un alt aspect foarte important este modificarea cadrului normativ. Lucrăm la modificarea codului transportului rutier. Vom asigura o legislație modernă, adaptată nevoilor actuale și eficientă, consultată temeinic. Suntem în faza de consultări cu mediul de afaceri asupra proiectului de modificare a codului transportului rutier. Pe segmentul avia. Republica Moldova beneficiază de servicii liberalizate cu un număr mare de țări, ceea ce constituie un avantaj major pentru dezvoltarea întregii ramuri aviației civile. Avem semnat și se implementează acordul privind spațiul aerian comun cu Uniunea Europeană. Astfel, începând cu 2013, s-a constatat o creștere constantă a fluxului de călători care utilizează transportul aerian. În mare parte acest lucru datorându-se concurenței și apariției pe piață a operatorilor aerieni low cost, care provin din statele UE. Ținând cont de cererea crescândă a serviciilor de transport aerian, se impune necesitatea creării tuturor condițiilor necesare pentru a asigura venirea pe piață a mai multor operatori aerieni low cost. În opinia noastră, cea mai potrivită soluție pentru realizarea obiectivului de diversificare a opțiunilor pentru operatori aerieni, în mare parte ce ține de posibilitatea de a efectua zboruri de pe mai multe aeroporturi, este reabilitarea aeroportului internațional Mărculești. În acest sens, a fost elaborat draftul concepției pentru dezvoltarea aeroportului internațional Mărculești. Costul aproximativ de realizare a lucrărilor moderne și transformarea aeroportului Mărculești în unul low cost, la momentul inițial este de doar 5 milioane de euro, iar timpul de realizare este aproximativ de 12 luni. Și în domeniul transportului naval suntem în lucru asupra unor proiecte de acte normative care vin să faciliteze mecanismele de operare a navelor în port și să îmbunătățească siguranța în domeniul transportului naval. Marea provocare acum este asigurarea și îmbunătățirea condițiilor de navigație pe căile navigabile interne. În prezent, râul Prut este navigabil doar pe anumite sectoare. Aceasta din considerentele nămolirii și neefectuării lucrărilor de menținere a adâncimilor garantate, motiv din care transportul naval se exploatează la un randament considerabil redus, cu toate că aceasta prezintă un potențial enorm și important pentru dezvoltarea economiei Republicii Moldova, cât și a majorării fluxului de volume importate și exportate prin intermediul transportului naval. În acest sens, Ministerul a înaintat solicitări către partenerii de dezvoltare în vederea identificării resurselor necesare pentru demararea procesului de dragare a râului Prut. Pe segmentul normativ, ne dorim adaptarea actelor normative ce vor asigura perfecționarea mecanismului de înregistrare a navelor, implementarea cerințelor internaționale de siguranță și securitate în transportul naval, facilitarea intrării și ieșirii navelor în port prin aderarea la Convenția privind facilitarea traficului maritim internațional. Un aspect important pe care țin să-l precizez este faptul că reorientarea lanțurilor logistice influențate de războiul din Ucraina a majorat considerabil volumul mărfurilor operate prin intermediul complexului portuar Giurgiulești. Astfel, la nivelul primului și al doilea semestru avem o creștere de aproximativ 5 ori a volumului de mărfuri. Pe segmentul transport feroviar. În condițiile actuale s-a reliefat încă o dată importanța majoră a rolului căilor ferate în asigurarea gestionării fluxurilor de transport marfă. În acest sens, datorită eforturilor depuse, alături de colegii de la căile ferate, într-un termen record de aproximativ 2 luni, a fost dat în exploatare tronsonul feroviar Basarabeasca-Berezino. Asta după 25 de ani în care segmentul nu a fost funcțional. Redeschiderea acestuia permite țării noastre să exporte și să importe mărfuri pe cale feroviară prin portul dunărean Ismail din Ucraina. Redeschiderea tronsonului Basarabeasca-Berezino va permite transportarea zilnică aproximativ 12.000 de tone de marfă, fiind redusă semnificativ aglomerația pe porturi. Totodată, prin intermediul segmentului de cale ferată reabilitat, Ucraina va putea exporta mărfuri în Republica Moldova și în țările Uniunii Europene. Un alt aspect major și important pe segmentul feroviar este lansarea lucrărilor de reabilitare a tronsonului feroviar Tighina-Basarabeasca-Giurgiulești. Proiectele majore de reabilitare vor începe cu reabilitarea acestui tronson. Implementarea acestui proiect a fost posibilă datorită sprijinului Uniunii Europene și este finanțat de BERT și BI. Realizarea proiectului pe o porțiune de 233 de km a tronsonului menționat va duce la creșterea capacității de transport, sporirea nivelului de siguranță, reducerea duratei de transportare a mărfurilor și crearea unor condiții optime pentru realizarea eficientă a proceselor operaționale feroviare. Aceste obiective vor fi obținute în urma eliminării restricțiilor de greutate și viteză, viteza de circulație crescând până la 90 de km pentru trenurile de marfă și la 120 de km pe oră pentru trenurile de pasageri. Eu vă mulțumesc mult pentru atenție. Am încercat cumva să descriu situația generală a transportului și în mare parte evidențiam faptul că o bună parte din proiectele și acțiunile noastre au fost întreprinse pentru a stinge cumva din impactul major pe care l-a generat războiul din Ucraina. Astfel, încercăm să mergem paralel pe planul de dezvoltare pe care îl avem aprobat și de a face față tuturor provocărilor care se impun din urma conflictului din Ucraina.
Mulțumesc frumos, domn Pascăluță. Într-adevăr, este o viziune de ansamblu asupra tot ce ține de infrastructura de transport și am auzit despre toate elementele constitutive, cumva, aceste viziuni de ansamblu, dar mă gândesc că am putea beneficia de o detaliere mai mare în ceea ce ține de infrastructura de transport terestru de la doamna secretar general al Ministerului Infrastructurii și Dezvoltării Regionale. Înțeleg că este una dintre preocupările dumneavoastră și cumva totodată înțeleg și că este destul de greu să adaptezi infrastructura într-un regim atât de flexibil încât să poată fi suficient de rezilientă proceselor care se întâmplă și impactul războiului din Ucraina este inevitabil unul care depășește probabil capacitatea de adaptare, dar totuși care sunt măsurile întreprinse, cred că ar fi relevant să auzim și totodată care sunt elementele de infrastructură și planificate ca și investiții pentru a extinde infrastructura de transport terestru din Republica Moldova și a ne conecta la coridoarele europene.
Mulțumesc, Alexandru. Doamnelor și domnilor, vă sunt recunoscătoare, atât eu cât și colegul meu Mircea și de asemenea cu noi este și colegul nostru Constantin. Reprezentăm aici Ministerul Infrastructurii și Dezvoltării Regionale și cu Ministerul este unul dintre cele mai vaste, domeniile fiind multe. Am să încerc să vă vorbesc în cele ce urmează despre infrastructura de transport. După cum spunea Steinberg, președintele Asociației Americane a Constructorilor de Drumuri, drumurile sunt principalele arterii ale națiunii. Iată, pentru a face aceste conexiuni să fie cât mai viabile, cât mai sigure și comode, noi, la Ministerul Infrastructurii și Dezvoltării Regionale, implementăm, elaborăm o serie de programe destinate îmbunătățirii acestei infrastructuri. Vi le voi povesti, vi le vom reda în cel ce urmează. În prezentarea mea am să încerc să fac un tablou amplu și exhaustiv privind măsurile întreprinse, proiectele realizate până la acest moment, proiectele în derulare, dar și ceea ce urmează să facem pentru următorii ani. Am să rog colegul meu să mergem la primul slide. Rețelele de transport public în statul nostru sunt în mărime de 10.680 de kilometri, dar nu toți sunt în administrarea Ministerului Infrastructurii, ci doar 5.902 kilometri. De comun cu noi administrează aceste drumuri Administrația de Stat a Drumurilor. Din categoria acestor drumuri avem, conform legii cu privire la drumuri, următoarele distincții. Sunt drumurile expres, 641 km, urmează cele republicane de 1998 de km și cele regionale de 3277. 3708 km din cei 10.680 sunt în administrațiilor, de tautologie, administrațiilor publice locale de nivelul 1, iar peste 30.000 de kilometri sunt în gestiunea administrației publice locale de nivelul al 2-lea. În partea stângă a Nistrului avem în jur de 1070 de kilometri. Din totalitatea acestor drumuri, 5902 ne revin nouă și Administrația de Stat al Drumurilor, prin urmare, politicile și programele la care am să mă refer o să acopere această marjă din totalitatea drumurilor publice. Următorul slide, colegul meu, vă rog. Vorbim aici de rețeaua de transport public. Conform strategiei naționale de transport și logistică în vigoare până la finele acestui an, drumurile publice sunt de prioritate înaltă, 1730 de kilometri, și de prioritate secundară. Drumurile de prioritate înaltă sunt drumurile cele care se regăsesc în majoritatea programelor de transport internațional, respectiv se vor găsi și în rețeaua TEN, de care am să vorbesc în cele ce urmează. Sunt desenate aici pe cartă, în totalitate, atât drumurile de prioritate sporită, cât și drumurile de prioritate secundară. Evident că, din punct de vedere geografic, Moldova nu poate fi izolată. Și toate aceste conexiuni pe care le facem noi inter și între regiunile țării, dar și mai mult și mai nou între statul nostru și alte state europene, se asigură prin participarea țării noastre la diferite organisme și programe internaționale. Primul dintre acestea este Acordul European asupra măsurilor și drumurilor circulației internațională, principalelor drumuri circulației internaționale, la care Moldova este parte încă din 2006, acordul fiind foarte important pentru noi, ca temelii pentru negocierea ulterioare cu majoritatea investitorilor, majoritatea celor care au contribuit la dezvoltarea programelor, susținătorilor noștri financiari și nemijlocit la perfectarea ulterioară a rețelei transport TEN. Moldova face parte de asemenea și din coridorul pan-european, urmează slide-ul următor, din rețeaua Mării Negre și nemijlocit din rețeaua de transport TEN, la care am să mă refer în cele ce urmează. Mai detaliat. În ceea ce ține asigurarea măsurilor de întreținere a drumurilor publice, pentru că drumurile nu se construiesc dar și se întrețin, pentru că asigurarea întreținerii uneori este mai puțin costisitoare și este o investiție de viitor. Dacă observăm aici, în cele trei culori pe care le-am redat în acest slide, se reflectă în dinamică bugetul alocat prin intermediul fondului rutier, începând cu 2013 până în 2022, care reflectă în primul dreptunghi, cel de culoare galben, alocațiile la începutul anului prin intermediul legii bugetare anuale, și aici mă refer nu doar la alocațiile destinate în fondul sau alocate în fondul rutier, dar și cele pentru APL de nivelul 2. Cea de-a doua culoare reflectă nemijlocit modul de utilizare sau modul de colectare a acestor mijloace bănești din taxele acumulate în fondul rutier și din alte taxe care fac parte a acumulărilor în fondul rutier, și mă refer aici la taxele de importul produselor accizate. Iar cea de-a treia rubrică reflectă nemijlocit absorbția acestor mijloace financiare la finele anului. De ce sunt importante aceste grafice? Pentru că, în dependență de sumele alocate în bugetul de stat, asigurăm și noi și colegii noștri de administrația de stat a drumurilor întreținerea drumurilor. Întreținerea, supravegherea, mentenanța acestor drumuri. În 2021 observăm un anumit grafic, iar pentru anul 2022 cele 2 miliarde 31 de milioane sunt reflectate la începutul anului. Acum, prin legea bugetară anuală recent amendată în fondul rutier, am mai beneficiat de 325 de milioane, acesta constituit la moment 1 miliard 810 milioane, pe care noi, împreună cu colegii de la ASD, vă asigurăm că până la finele anului le vom absorbi în mărime de 100%. Următorul slide, vă rog. De asemenea, vorbesc aici despre mentenanță, despre întreținerea drumurilor. Conform strategiei naționale de transport și logistică, de care am pomenit deja, un indicator pe care urmează să-l asigurăm, să-l realizăm până la finele acestui anului, rezidă în sporirea drumurilor de o calitate medie, bună și foarte bună, în detrimentul drumurilor de o calitate proastă, de o calitate mai rea. Dacă observăm până în anul 2020, raportul era invers, drumurile de o calitate mai puțin bună, chiar într-o calitate rea, era într-un procent destul de înalt. Începând cu 2021, observați că de la 5,6% la 51% calitatea sau procentul acesta începe să scadă, ceea ce denotă faptul că ne-am învățat noi lecția. E mult mai comod așa, mulțumesc. Ceea ce denotă faptul că noi ne-am învățat lecția și am început să implementăm și să asigurăm utilizarea mijloacelor fondului rutier întemeiată prin întreținerea acestor drumuri. Următorul slide. Cum spuneam, orice program de infrastructură a drumurilor nu ar fi posibil și nu s-ar limita doar la mijloacele alocate din bugetul de stat. În acest context, le suntem recunoscători donatorilor externi care au asigurat implementarea diferitor programe în domeniul drumurilor, în domeniul infrastructurii de transport. Avem aici evidențiați pe fiecare dintre aceștia. Vorbim aici de Uniunea Europeană, care contribuie cu instrumentul de grant la realizarea programelor din domeniul infrastructurii drumurilor. Vorbim aici de Fondul Provocărilor Mileniului, Statele Unite ale Americii și vorbim de ceilalți 3 donatori foarte apropiați de noi, BERD, BI și Banca Mondială. Până la moment, cu ajutorul acestor donatori, a fost îmbunătățită o rețea de până la 800 km de drumuri, investițiile fiind până în jurul cifrei de 630 de milioane de euro. Până la finele anului trecut au fost reabilitate 450 de kilometri. În derulare avem 540 de kilometri finanțați din aceste surse externe. Majoritatea din aceștia urmează să fie recepționate la terminarea lucrărilor până la finele acestui an. Următorul slide se referă la monitorizarea și activitățile ce le-am planificat noi în cadrul Ministerului. Ce avem la moment? Proiecte în derulare și asupra cărora lucrăm. Este o nouă strategie de mobilitate și logistică, despre care am văzut-o pomenit și în slide-ul lui Mircea, pentru că suntem interconectați, domeniul infrastructurii transport, dar și cel de transport. Este o strategie care nu doar va substitui actuala strategie transport și logistică, ci este o strategie care va asigura sinergia dintre acest document de politici și Programul Național de Dezvoltare Moldova 2030, care va reflecta tipul de transport și va servi drept temei juridic pentru elaborarea programelor din domeniul transportului. Va asigura mobilitatea, conexiunea cu rețelele transeuropene, siguranța, instituirea unor drumuri conforte și sigure, dar și nemijlocit în baza modelului nou de transport, va identifica prin intermediul unui soft puncte de legătură care sunt și rețelele de transport care sunt acele sectoare care sunt cele mai des traversate și asupra cărora urmează să elaborăm diferite documente de politici. Vom elabora această strategie prin intermediul instrumentului EPIC. Este o sursă de finanțare întemeiată pe grant acordată de Uniunea Europeană prin țărilor din parteneriatul estic. Țara noastră participă în acest an pentru prima dată și le suntem recunoscători colegilor noștri de la EPIC. În continuare urmează drumurile, cred că sunt partea cea mai interesantă din domeniul infrastructurii drumurilor. Sunt și eu atașată cumva de ele. Toate sunt importante. Aș începe cu cel de sus, Radu, aș ruga să-l indici chiar. E vorba de podul de la Cosăuți-Ampul, pe care l-am negociat cu colegii noștri din Ucraina, acordul fiind negociat, urmând a fi semnat, dar în virtutea ultimelor evenimente nu atât de plăcute, chiar nefaste. Un pic procesul nu a fost continuat. Recent, ministrul Spânu și omologul dânsului ucrainean au semnat un demers în adresa Comisiei Europene cu solicitarea respectuoasă de alocarea surselor financiare atât pentru construcția podului, cât și a infrastructurii de acces la pod pe partea ucraineană, dar și partea țării noastre. Și pentru că podul respectiv este într-o strânsă conexiune cu rețeaua TEN, de care am spus ulterior. Cel de-al doilea pod este un pod în care l-am negociat deja cu colegii noștri de România, de asemenea le suntem recunoscători, vorbesc aici de podul Ungheni-Ungheni, care va fi construit, e un pod nou, va fi construit de colegii noștri de România, care și-au propus alocarea în acest scop a sumei de peste 40 de milioane de euro, statul nostru revenindu-i doar sarcina construirii infrastructurii de acces pe acest pod. Va fi un pod grandios, cu 4 benzi, cu 2 poduri paralele. Colegii noștri de România, până la finele acestui an urmează să obțină autorizația de mediu, iar construcția podului propriu-zis urmează să demareze la începutul anului următor. Alte poduri pe care suntem în procedură de negociere cu colegii noștri de România și prietenii noștri de România sunt podul de la Cahul-Oancea, Sculeni-Sculeni și Leușeni-Albița. Leușeni-Albița de asemenea va fi un pod nou, celelalte două, Cahul-Oancea și Sculeni-Sculeni, vor fi poduri reabilitate. Pe hartă mai găsim aici podul de la Leova-Bumbăta. Este un pod din pontoane care se construiește la moment, care va asigura decongestionarea traficului și orientarea acestuia spre tranzitul și exportul mărfurilor pe alt punct de trecere. Este un pod care deja se află în construcție. Colegii noștri la SD deja au perfectat contractele cu antreprenorii respectivi. Și mai avem câteva poduri în discuții colegii din România, vorbesc aici de Grozești, Leca Fălciu, Răducăneni, Borbăieni, ar mai fi aici Costești Stânga. Cred că l-am anunțat pe toate. Tot aici vorbesc despre elaborarea unui nou mecanism de către colegii mei de la ASD în ceea ce vizează controlul traficului și nemijlocit a sistemului de date meteo. Ce semnifică acest sistem? Dacă observați pe hartă, avem în jur de 12 camere. Datele ce vor fi colectate în baza analizelor de către colegii de la ASD vor viza intensitatea traficului pe aceste porțiuni de drumuri, pentru că în baza acestor date, ulterior să identificăm porțiunile de sectoare de drumuri ce necesită feriabilitate, îmbunătățite. De asemenea, vor identifica datele meteo pentru utilizarea surselor necesare de acoperire a intemperiilor în perioada rece a anului. Următorul obiectiv pe care ne-l urmărim este, Radu, te rog, ar fi aici, cred, harta. După mine este una dintre cele mai mari realizări la moment ale colegilor mei de la ASD. Dacă accesați chiar acum de pe telefonul noastră mobil această adresă, hartaasd.md, o să identificați toată rețeaua de drumuri publice de Republica Moldova, o să accesați orice sector și veți obține următoarele date. Rețeaua este în reparații, îmbunătățiri, construcții sau nu, rețeaua a fost deja finițată, sursa alocată, finanțatorul acestei surse sau, dimpotrivă, când este selectat următoarea reparație. Pentru orice zonă, repet, harta respectivă inserează date multe aspectuale și destul de complete. Urmează ca această hartă să fie îmbunătățită cu cele 12 puncte negre identificate de colegii noștri la nivelul interne, unde se petrec majoritatea accidentelor rutiere cu consecințe nefaste și va fi o hartă amplă care, pe lângă datele furnizate de colegii de la ASD, va insera și datele furnizate de colegii de la interne. Și un alt sistem la fel de important este sistemul nostru informațional, va fi implementat de colegii de la ASD începând cu anul viitor, în baza căruia vor fi selectate acele sectoare de drumuri care necesită a fi întreținute. Este un sistem care se va face automat prin intermediul diferitor iterații și diferitor indicatori, în jur de 20 la număr la moment. Deciziile urmează a fi luate activ de către acest sistem în baza criteriilor tehnice, economice, sociale și nemijlocit de siguranță rutieră, dar și protecția mediului. Pentru anul următor avem deja selectat o astfel de hartă, rămâne doar să convingem demnitarii, deputații să ne aloce în fondul rutier o sumă ca să putem realiza aceste obiective. Asta ar fi ceea ce avem la moment. Radu, te rog, următorul slide. Cred că vorbim în continuare despre... Radu, te rog. Despre drumurile locale, care au fost implementate prin suportul Băncii Mondiale și, la moment, până la finele anului urmează să fie finisate în jur de 5 coridoare, cu exactitate le-am să le zic care sunt acum, cu o valoare de peste 80 de milioane de euro, de bonitatea sau de înaltul nivel de construcții, urmând să beneficieze peste 67.000 de locuitori. Și avem aici coridoarele 10, care leagă localitățile Dobruja, Ignățesc, Curțeni, Codru Nou, cu un cost de peste 18 milioane de euro, le avem pe hartă aici identificate. Următorul coridor ar fi cel de la Hârbovăț, Sferida, Unișcani, cu o valoare de peste 4,5 milioane euro. Coridorul de la Pârlița, Nisporeni, urmează cel de la Peresecina, Hârtopul Mare și Costești, Spala, este cel de-al 5-lea coridor, care urmează să fie recepționat la terminarea lucrărilor până la finele anului, cu o valoare de peste 18 milioane de euro. Și aici nu ne oprim. Avem în procedură de negociere cu colegii noștri de la Banca Mondială un alt acord, valoare de 127 de milioane de euro pentru altele 5 coridoare, 7, cred, da, pentru altele 7 coridoare, cu o valoare de peste 127 de milioane de euro, după cum spuneam, și în suprafață de 220 de kilometri. De asemenea, vorbesc de locale. Pentru sectorul programul din sectorul drumurilor. Și aici vorbesc de finanțatorii noștri BI și BERD. În anul în curs, până la finele anului, vor fi finalizate și recepționate la terminarea lucrărilor următoarele sectoare. Vorbesc de sectorul R16, Fălești, Sculeni, reabilitare cu un cost de peste 25,3 milioane de euro. Îl avem aici pe hartă, următorul finanțat de BI. Următorul sector ar fi sectorul de la Sărăteni, sângerei, în reabilitare. Apropo, pe acest sector mâine merg împreună cu colegii mei să facem recepționarea la terminarea lucrărilor, dar, Radu, vă invit să vedeți, într-adevăr, dacă au fost respectate criteriile de construcție acestui sector. Următorul sector este cel de la centura Chișinăului, mult prea așteptatul acest sector. Vorbesc de primul sector a centurii Chișinău, care face parte din NAM2 de rețeaua TENT, care va fi finalizată până la finele lunii octombrie. Următorul ar fi sectorul de la Porumbrei-Mișlia. Este o construcție nouă, atenționez, finanțată de BERD și ar fi aici până la luni. Pe acest sector mergem cu colegii luni și centura Oculirea Comrat, de asemenea finanțată de către BI, în valoare de 29,5 milioane de euro. Sunt drumuri de importanță colosală care au fost identificate în baza criteriilor de cât de sporită este frecvența pe aceste trasee și cât de necesară este din punct de vedere social necesitatea reabilitării și construcția acestor drumuri. Ce avem la moment, deci în total, uitați-mi să spun, Radu, dacă poți să reveni, în total până la finele acestui an, reabilitate și construite vor fi în jur de 187 de kilometri de drumuri naționale cu suportul finanțatorilor de la BERD și de la BI. Următorul slide vizează nemijlocit același program, doar că vorbim deja de proiectele pe care urmează să le implementăm. Și aici mă refer la acordul deja intrat în vigoare, semnat în martie cu BI-ul de 150 de milioane de euro, care este doar prima tranșă, pentru că BI-ul și BERD-ul, după cum cunoașteți, acționează în tandem. Suntem în negocieri cu BERD-ul pentru alte 150 de milioane. Adițional la aceste 300 mai avem câte 50, respectiv 400 milioane care sunt necesare și vor fi utilizate de către noi în procesul de îmbunătățire a drumurilor selectate prin intermediul programului în sectorul drumurilor. Primul dintre acestea, de asemenea un sector de drum arhicunoscut și foarte important, este sectorul de la Otaci, Arionești și Soroca, care va fi cu un cost estimat de 50 de milioane de euro, construcția căruia urmează să demareze la începutul anului următor. Al doilea, la fel de important, ar fi, Radu, te rog, ar fi cel de la Criva Bălți, care de asemenea este o reabilizare și modernizare, care este o parte a sectorului, traseului M5, despre care am să vorbesc în valoare de peste 140 de milioane de euro. Vorbim aici de kilometru 0 până kilometru 133, reabilitare și modernizare. Următorul ar fi drumul la Hâncești-Cușna de reabilitare, cu un cost de peste 27 milioane de euro finanțat de BERD. De Banca Mondială este finanțată în triu cu un cost de peste 15 milioane de euro și ar fi aici un alt drum de asemenea problematic și foarte cunoscut, 34, cel la Cantemir spre Cahul, în reabilitare, cu un cost de peste 50 de milioane de euro. La această etapă suntem în procedură de finalizare a negocierilor, colegii de la BI, urmând să semnăm acordul respectiv. Ar mai fi drumul de la Bulgănești, cu o valoare de 15 milioane de euro. Vorbim aici pentru implementarea acestor sectoare, despre necesitatea tragerii, după cum am spus, a sumei de peste 400 milioane de euro, pentru 150 de milioane de euro, având deja semnat acordul respectiv. Și un segment foarte important, rețeaua de transport european TENT. Hai să le enunțăm pe toate, ca să fie clar pentru toată lumea. Vorbesc aici despre M1, care cuprinde sectorul Leușeni, frontiera cu România, Chișinău, Dubăsari, frontiera cu Ucraina. M2 este centura orașului Chișinău. Pentru primul sector a acestei centuri deja avem în derulare, urmează să finalizeze construcția până la finele lunii octombrie. Pentru sectorul 2 și 3 suntem în procedură de negocieri cu BERD-ul și pentru sectoarele 4, 5 și 6, de asemenea, vom solicita asistență externă în acest caz. Pentru M3, Chișinău, Comrat, Giurgiulești, frontiera cu România, de asemenea, avem necesitatea de a obține surse pentru îmbunătățirea acestui sector. M5 este frontiera Ucraina, Criva Bălți, Chișinău, Tiraspol, iar în cadrul acestei hărți pe care o vizualizați, include și sectorul de la Ungheni, Cornești, Rădeni, parte de asemenea a M5-ului. Radu, vreau să o identifici pe aceasta, care va fi parte de asemenea rețelelor trans-europene. Prin ce sunt importante aceste rețele transeuropene? Pentru că recent am solicitat Comisiei Europene aprobarea acestei hărți TEN-T. Este o legătură grandioasă și o conexiune foarte importantă dintre drumurile naționale ale Republicii Moldova cu cele europene. Ba mai mult decât observați, pentru noi un deziderat și un obiectiv pe care ne propunem să-l realizăm este instituirea unei autostrăzi. Moldova nu mai are autostradă, sper să fie aceasta prima dintre ele, autostrada de la generic numită Autostrada Unirii, care pornește de la Târgu Mureș, Iași, Ungheni. Deci am vorbit anterior că podul de la Ungheni este foarte important pentru că este conexiunea sau este partea acestei autostrăzi. Am conchis cu colegii noștri din Uniunea Europeană că acest traseu va merge de la Ungheni spre Chișinău, ba mai mult, de la Chișinău spre Odessa. Iată, pentru finanțarea reabilitării acestui, sau mai bine zis, pentru construcția acestei autostrăzi. De asemenea, suntem în discuții cu colegii noștri din Uniunea Europeană, din Comisia Europeană și din alte surse externe pentru obținerea surselor de finanțare. Foarte importantă această autostradă. Ce am avea în continuare? Pentru 2023-2027 ne-am propus următoarele obiective. Realizarea proiectelor de modernizare a drumului M1 pe sectoarele Chișinău-Leușeni, cu finanțare pe care o vom solicita de la BERD, inițierea lucrărilor de extindere a sectoarelor 2 și 3 pentru centura municipiului Chișinău, în continuare construcția sectorului Chișinău-Porumbrei, ar mai fi foarte important sectorul de la Bălți-Bravicea și foarte important lansarea proiectării și construcția autostrăzii de care am vorbit, Ungheni, Chișinău, Odessa. Toată autostrada va avea o lungime de peste 300 km, potențiale finanțatori, evident rămân colegii sau finanțatorii de la BI și de la BERD. În continuare, Radu, te rog, proiecte care sunt gata spre lansare. Am avea aici necesitatea de lansare achizițiilor pentru construcția, îmbunătățirea peste 540 de km cu un cost de peste 7 miliarde, 350 de milioane. Ambițios costul. Ar fi de asemenea reabilitarea peste 460 de kilometri, iar în cazul ăsta am avea nevoie de peste 16 miliarde 600 de milioane. Sunt costuri care au fost determinate în baza sistemului informațional de care vă povesteam, ținând cont de necesitatea întreținerii și bunătățirii și reabilitării acestora. Iar pentru termen mediu, planificări de termen mediu, am avea nevoie de peste 22 de miliarde. Ar fi aici 850 de kilometri de drum care necesită să fie îmbunătățite. Toată rețeaua respectivă de drumuri este inserată pe harta pe care o observați. Pentru mentenanță am avea nevoie pentru întreținere de asemenea, dar sunt proiecte de viitor pe care sperăm să găsim surse de finanțare pentru a le putea realiza. În concluzie, aș putea spune următoarele, că considerând ceea ce se petrece în vecinătatea noastră, considerând că aceste evenimente nefaste au afectat și lanțul logistic, noi ne-am învățat, cred, lecția, iar lecția noastră e că vom depune efort enorm pentru ca statul nostru să asigure conexiunile nu doar în și interregional, dar și conexiunea cu Europa, pentru care avem un deziderat în ultimul timp și ne dorim nu doar drumuri ca afară, dar ne dorim și ambiții, planificări, realizări și succese ca afară. Vă mulțumesc și de ce nu vă invit să mergem împreună cu mine și colegii noștri la SD să încercăm să identificăm drumurile care au fost reabilitate, pentru că drumurile, cum am mai spus-o, sunt arterele principale ale națiunii și sunt o investiție în viitor. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc frumos, într-adevăr, pentru această descriere foarte detaliată, entuziastă și plină de optimism. Cu adevărat, este ceea de ce avem nevoie pentru a ne convinge de faptul că ne mișcăm în direcția potrivită din punct de vedere a dezvoltării infrastructurii de transport rutier. Now, moving further to the railway transportation, and I'm seeing that Mr. Tofilat is having second thoughts. No. We've seen that it has...
I'm not running away.
I know, I was just wondering whether you are still with us, but still. So we are seeing a significant growth of railway transportation during the past few months. I'd say 40% compared to already an exceptional figure in the beginning of this year, even before the war. So how sustainable is that growth, Mr. Tofilat, and in the current context? And what's your plan on increasing the throughput capacity of the Moldovan railway?
Honorable guests, dear partners, dear colleagues, please excuse my emotions. That's the first time when I'm using this equipment. It's 15 months since my journey with the Moldovan Railway began. I'm still having trouble with, that's fine now. And let me start with what I found in June 2021, slightly more than 1 year ago. We had the Moldovan Railway on the brink of operational and financial incapacity. So being quite quick, the hole in our working capital was about 7 months revenue. We were making operational losses at about 25% of the revenue, so the trouble was growing bigger and bigger day by day. The technical conditions of our main resources on the rolling stock and on the tracks was pretty poor. The most of our locomotives and wagons should be phased out by 2025, while 40% of our network is with speed limitations and weight limitations. Furthermore, we were constantly losing contact with our market, with our customers, losing the market share, and the revenues were falling, while another main problem, the fifth one, was the human resources and the unattractiveness of the railway. So the average salary being 200 euro and more than 50% of our staff being 50 years and older. Our vision to turn around the fate of the sector was to orient it towards the market through an efficient and resilient organization that relies on its resources, on infrastructure, rolling stock, and human resources. So we had to turn around it together, governance, resources, and capturing the market. Furthermore, the life at railway is pretty difficult because we've got to do our operational activity day by day, so whatsoever to ensure a sustainable continuity of the processes, while promoting the solid investment agenda and then doing the railway reform. And the fourth dimension became very important from February. It was the war logistics agenda. It's about reshaping the logistics, and it's about adapting to the new requirements of the market. So let us go step by step through that. The first thing which was done on the railway reform was the adoption of the Railway Transport Code, and it happened in February. The Railway Transport Code was first and foremost transposing the most important European provisions on the railway transport, and it creates premises for the passenger service obligations on the railway, thus allowing the state to finance the passenger trains, and also that allows the state to finance the railway infrastructure as it is done in the modern states all over Europe. Also, it provides the foundations for the reorganizing the CFM, for liberalizing the sector of railway transport, and it lays the foundation for the regulatory bodies, which should be at least three: one for the market regulation, another is the National Safety Authority, and the third one is about the accident investigation. That being said, with the legal framework, let's move to the investments. Here are our priorities. We should look into three time phases. First is the immediate 3-4 years, which I would call rehabilitation, where we've got to move to operational proficiency. The second phase in 5-7 years is the growth and modernization, while from 2031 I would like to see the railway as one of the leaders of the Moldovan business and a very innovating company. So right now we are very much concentrated on updating and upgrading our rolling stock. First and foremost are the shunting locomotives and the fracht wagons. And of course the rehabilitation and modernization of the infrastructure. Digitalization is and should be a constant priority all over the period, while after these basic things being done, we will concentrate more on the logistic infrastructure for bulk commodities, for logistic centers, and also improving our maintenance equipment and the qualifications of the employees. Also, in something like 5 to 7 years, the passenger transport will come back to the 4th stage, simply because right now it is very difficult to improve the quality of passenger trains when we have a very problematic infrastructure. And of course logistic centers, that will improve the competitivity of the railway sector, but as well the competitivity of the whole economy. That being said, the immediate requirements for fracht wagons is about 4,000 wagons and about 25 to 30 shunter locomotives. For the fracht wagons, partially would be very open for acquiring them at market conditions, or for leasing them, or for inciting the private operators to come with their wagons. As for the shunters, it's rather should be financed by the railway. In what regards the infrastructure, we won't give as many details as my colleague from the Ministry on the Road section, because it's not that interesting on the railway. So the southern corridor, the green one, the works just started, and we're about to have them ready and fulfilled in 36 months. While we are actively right now seeking finances for the remaining corridors in the center of the country and in the northern part. And this was our agenda day by day until February, when the war in Ukraine turned around all the logistic chains which existed, because the railway is always in a big cooperation with Ukraine on the fracht side. And a lot of demand from Ukraine came towards the Moldovan railway system, so thanks God we were slightly better prepared in February than we were in June. Right now, our plan is to have a threefold increase in throughput capacity of transit of Ukrainian goods. So it means going from receiving 3 trains a day from Ukraine to getting 9 trains a day. And we'd be able to do that on a budget of 50 to 60 million in something like 6-7 months. But I mean 6-7 months when the construction can be done. And this is exactly what we are working hard these days. It's not enough just to reshape and rehabilitate the tracks. It is a logistic chain process, so we've got to take care that we have the main lines rehabilitated, we have the station rail yards in order, we have the traction necessary to carry all the goods, and we have enough mechanics. While there are things which are not under control of the railway, and these are the customs and borders procedures, these are the capacity of the portuary operators to process the goods, and the capacity of the neighbor rail operators from as well as the waterborne transport to carry the goods through the ports. In fact, it means having a very quick fix of this corridor, which is emphasized in red, which comes from Mogilov, Podolsky, Velchinets, Oknitsa belts towards Chisinau and Kainar. A preliminary estimate was about 30 million euros. Well, it looks it will be a little bit more expensive, but that doesn't matter as long as it will improve also the capacity of Moldovan logistics, and it will be much quicker and much less expensive to carry goods from belts towards Chisinau or towards Giurgiulești. The same can be said about the main sorting stations, which are Belts, Berești, Chisinau, and we've got to improve with Kainar also. That being said, let's look to the more exciting parts towards the future, because the war one day will be over. Our first endeavor for the future is to increase our market share on the fracht. So for that we've got to improve or to encourage improvement of the logistic infrastructure, not only on the railways and on the rolling stock. So what we intend to do, first is to have a modern logistics hub. We even identify a good place for that. And it would ensure a very solid connection with Odessa port, as well as with the Giurgiulești port. Also, a specialized container terminal in Chisinau should allow us shifting containers between Odessa, Giurgiulești and Romania, but for that we've got to build the infrastructure, and we already started the process. And it's important to build terminals for bulk goods, for example for gravel in Ungeni, which will facilitate the transshipment of gravel from Romania towards Moldova. But other logistic things, we are very open in discussing it with potential investors. We'd be clearly interested to improve the logistic infra all over the country. In terms of our market orientation, we will certainly take a pay big attention towards the main typical fracht for the railway, and these are grains, liquid fuels and solid fuels, transiting ore and metal products from Ukraine towards Romania, construction materials and products, metal components. Thus we want to increase the total quantity of goods carried from slightly more than 2 million tons in 2020 towards 5 to 6 million tons in 2023. Another great dimension, which is much more interesting to the general public, is the passenger transportation, and our immediate plans rely in improving the regional mobility. We have 3 big hubs, big regional hubs. Iași, Ungeni and Chisinau, all of them having airports which are pretty different and pretty popular in the surrounding cities. And our plan is to assure modern, safe and sustainable transport with high frequency, high comfort level, attractive pricing, and of course decarbonize and being environmentally friendly. Our intention is to have at least 4 trains a day from Chisinau to Iași and 4 trains a day from Chisinau to Odessa, having a good schedule, so thus serving the market in a way that it will clearly improve the leisure traffic, the business traffic, and have a great connectivity between these 3 cities and their airports. And last, and perhaps the furthest plans of ours are the 10T agenda for the rails. Further to what was being said by my colleagues for the road, let's look at what we intend to do in cooperation with the European partners. So we've got to have at least 3 main axes. So we want to have a high-speed lane connection between Chisinau and Kiev, Chisinau and Bucharest, and Chisinau and Odessa, Thus, you see the improvement on Iași-Chișinău-Odessa, and the reopening of Basarabeasca-Berezino line is one of the first steps. Another insight into the future means that the high-speed lanes in 2030s, it is about the minimal speed of 160 kilometers an hour. So that means that we'd be able to come to Bucharest in 4 hours by train, or to Istanbul in something like 8 to 10 hours. That frankly speaking will clearly reshape the full logistics and the full mobility of us, because, well, arriving in 4 hours in Bucharest, it means the weekend trips will become a very simple thing, while being in 8 hours in Istanbul will clearly influence the demand for this kind of services, and will greatly decarbonize the traffic, because many people will come from cars or from airplanes towards trains. And the same can be said towards Odessa, where traveling Chișinău-Odessa would be something like 1.5 to 2 hours, and Chișinău-Kiev also not more than 4 hours. The same can be said about our fracht corridors. And the main task for the Moldovan Railway is to ensure a very reliable connection with the closest ports, which is Odessa, and the Danube ports, Giurgiulești, Reni, and Galați, also offering good connections with the Romanian network through Iași and towards Constanța. So, what are our goals? Where do we want to be? In 2023, we want to have a turnover 50% more than it was in 2021, and we are on a very good road towards there. We already managed to increase our salaries by 89%, so we have already the average salary right now at 8,000 lei. However, these were the figures from 2021, so they were not, they were in the economic conditions of 2021, so they are not inflation adjusted. So that's why we plan another salary increase in 2023 with the reorganization of the CFM operating structure, while in 2026 we plan a turnover which should be twice the one that was 5 years ago, and we plan to be fully competitive with salaries. We plan to have CFM at something like 50% more than the average salary in the economy, thus laying the foundations for becoming an innovative company and offering innovative logistic solutions. Thank you so much for your attention. And excuse my emotions. There is a lot of work going on day by day. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Perfelat. Indeed, a very bold and impressive agenda, and once achieved, that will ensure for sure a much more streamlined and larger capacity of the transportation via the railways. You've mentioned the link with the road network expansion, so maybe we also can link it to the naval side, and in this case I'd like Mr. von Tucher to comment a bit on the current trend. We've seen that it's been a growth in terms of the volumes which are going through the port these days, and you also have the target to achieve the multimodal status of the port, which is basically means that you need also to invest and to develop it further. Could you please tell us some more details on where the port is standing right now?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce to you the port. Indeed, the collaboration with the State Railway of Moldova, it's very important for us. I'm just looking, okay. I think I'll briefly stand up because I want to show you what you see on these pictures here. It's a nice bird view. And so let's see here. This is our port area. And So the Danube River, it's coming here from the right side, from the upstream side, from Galatz, down here. Galatz is on the Danube about 12 kilometers away. We see that the Danube is split here. There's an island which belongs to Romania in the middle. So the Prut River here, down here, here you see a railway bridge over the Prut. On the other side, which also belongs to Romania. So the Prut, it's going down here, flowing into the Danube River, and the Danube continues to the Black Sea from here. And you see here part of our port facilities, our general cargo terminal. Here's a grain terminal. Here's another mooring location, another grain terminal which is not occupied, and an oil terminal. And here you see some of the facilities, some storage facilities for grain, for sunflower meals, a vegetable oil plant. And here you see parts of the business park which goes further up and further into this direction with some grain storage facilities and a tank farm. So just to see this and this location, it's very special. It's at the most southern tip of the Republic of Moldova, just here at this tip. And the Danube River, it's passing by, and after 133 kilometers, it enters into the Black Sea. So also from a political point of view, it's very interesting, because here it's a point where three countries meet: Moldova, Romania, and Ukraine. These are the famous 430 meters access of Moldova to the sea, practically. But we, for our port operations, we also use another 800 meters of the Prut, so we have a total key length of about 1,200 meters, and we have 5 mooring places in the moment, and could build another 1 or 2 terminals, which is also our intention. Here just an overview to the current situation. So I'm the General Director of Danube Logistics SAL. This is a Moldovan private entity, which is the general investor and the operator of Georgiles International Freeport. The owner is our shares are owned by a mother company in the Netherlands, but the whole structure, it's fully owned by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It's a port with access to Black Sea and the Danube River. It is recognized by the International Maritime Organization as an SRC port. Part of our territory, it's, or we call it business park. In the moment, we are developing 55 hectares, which are almost completely leased out. We have a total entitlement up to 120 hectares, so there's a possibility to extend our territory for further investors here. We have a free port status in the moment until 2030, according to the practice of European countries. Ports usually in other countries, they always keep free, like a special port regime close to the port facilities in order to store cargo in a tax-free status, because it's often traded then between other clients within this tax-free zone. In the moment we have about 50 companies which are registered as residents. They benefit from tax incentives, a low corporate income tax, and also that like a tax-free status. We have currently, meanwhile, up to 600 employees. It refers not only to Danube Logistics, but also it includes the employees of our resident companies, and so far, including the residents, more than $100 million were invested into the port facilities. Alex mentioned, yes, that we develop into a regional or international multimodal hub. So the classic situation is that it's a tri-model hub, usually consisting of shipping, of railway connections, and road infrastructure. We are here in Georgia Lest have a very special situation. because our shipping side is actually allows not only for inland shipping on a river, but we are at the maritime section of the Danube River. The maritime section goes up to Braila, which allows for vessels up to a draft of 7 meters. And as you can see in the picture left, the maritime vessels entering the Danube here are proper seagoing vessels with a size of up to 10,000 tons capacity or 140 meter length. And also the second important point, which is an add-on a usual tri-model logistic hub, is that we have a railway connection which includes not only the broad gauge line, which is used here in Moldova and in the CIS countries, but we also have connection to the narrow gauge line. So we regularly receive trains with cargo from Romania especially. Here an overview of our terminals, of our products which are imported and exported, and the services we offer. On the top you have a view on the oil jetty at the Danube River, which is connected via pipelines to our tank farm. We have a tank farm with a capacity of 45,000 tons. Just for illustration, the market for petroleum products in Moldova, it's about 800,000 tons. So it's about 6% of the market volume actually we have as a storage capacity here. We are mainly importing diesel and gasoline. Actually, not we, just to be exact, our clients. We only do the logistics for that. And we also use our oil jetty for the export of vegetable oil. So we have a resident Transoil group. They have several tanks for vegetable oil, and they are loading actually quite big vessels which go directly then to certain destinations in the Mediterranean Sea, mainly to Italy, Spain, but we also had vessels which went up to Lisbon into the Atlantic Ocean. One of our investors also invested into like an ethanol storage facility, which is currently used for the import of liquid fertilizer. And then we have 2 grain terminals. One is at the Danube River and one at the Prut. So the difference here, it's at the Danube River we can guarantee all year round a minimum draft of 7 meters, which allows for the biggest size of vessel which can enter the Danube. But this is an important argument for clients because the freight rate per ton are much lower than other type of vessels. For example, at the Prut we only can receive vessels, well, with a draft of, we say minimum 5 meters, sometimes it's higher, but now in August we had a low water period and the water level actually was reduced down to 4 meters. But for example, at our general cargo and container terminal, we still receive many maritime vessels, which are of smaller size, up to 3,500 tons. And and in fact, we are fully utilized at the terminal, or let's say 90%, 95%. We are fully utilized because all other different kind of cargo is actually transshipped on this terminal. So we speak of import of aggregates, gravel, sand for the road construction, coal for energy security, which is getting a hot topic now again, bauxite, big bags with fertilizer, soda ash, perlite, import of steel products, exports of grain. That's also important because we do not rely only on the terminals which are operated by Transcargo Group or Transoil Group. We have our own grain loading operations, which is important because in the business park, in the last couple of years or in the last few years, we have had many new residents and investors who are now constructing storage facilities for all kind of cereals. And all these investors, of course, they want to have certain capacity reserves ensured for our terminals. And as we are getting full, fully utilized at our existing terminal. We are currently in the stage of planning to construct another terminal. Here you see the development of the volume of the port. So the first vessel arrived in 2007, and so the development is impressive. I would say last year we had, even before the Ukrainian war, without this effect, we had a volume of 1.4 million tons, which is, of course, I mean, it's, if you compare to ports like Odessa or Constanza, it's nothing. But compared to a port which is located at a river, these are quite good volumes actually. And this year you see that up to August that we already reached 1.25 million tons. And so it is clear that it will be a new record year in this year. And of course we have to be clear, this is the effect of the war in Ukraine actually. So there are mainly three groups of cargo which were transshipped via our port, coming from Ukraine, cereals and sunflower oil, and we import a lot of fuel, which is transshipped via our port and loaded, and it goes into Ukraine. So now with the opening of the transport corridor in the Black Sea, the situation changed a little bit. The cargo amount generally, like at all the Danube ports, the cargo, especially the Romanian ones and the Moldovan one, the cargo quantities for cereals and sunflower oil, it will go down. And plus we have now a relatively bad harvest in Moldova, so we will see some weakening of the volumes, but on the import side for the fuel we are continuing to operate on a high level. So these are our major expansion projects. Here this is the sunflower seed crushing plant, which is from a technological point of view state of the art, or even at the peak of what is possible right now, which was constructed by Danube Oil Company. The start of operation is just now in these days, and of course this will bring additional export volume of vegetable oil. Then the second important part is we have many new investors in the area of export of grain. There are several traders who decided to invest into storage facilities with a big capacity, and my hope is also that not only these companies, but I think it will have an impact or a positive effect of many SMEs in the agricultural sector, that they also can benefit from these facilities. And last but not least, this is our main project now. We want to build a new terminal. We will build a new quay wall, which will allow also for vessels up to 7-meter draft at the Danube, which is the most favorable size of the vessels and the most economic ones in order to ship into Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. This will be a major investment up to $10 million, and we are currently execution design, and we hope by end of next year that it will be completed. Thank you very much. That was an overview of our activities.
Thank you very much, Mr. von Tucher. Indeed, one key point we have heard in all the presentations is basically the growth of traffic and the shifting of some traffic routes. So, and here comes the question to Mrs. Ababi related to the capacity of the customs service at the EU border specifically to process all the traffic so that it would be a seamless process and streamlined commercial activity. What's the current mitigation measures the customs service is undertaking, and what are the plans for future institutional capacity enhancement in this respect?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to greet you and distinguished guests, distinguished audience. On behalf of the Customs Service of the Republic of Moldova, I'd like to greet you and thank you very much, Moldovan Investment Agency, to invite us and to participate in this valuable panel and to speak about what are the projects of Moldovan Customs in order to ensure the trade facilitation of the commerce and to ensure the safety and security in context of the region. Very briefly, I will try to inform you about the implemented measures because being highly affected by the war in Ukraine in context of a shift of the supply chains, an unprecedented strong pressure has been put on the border infrastructure in the region. In addition to the multitude and the problems which faced the economic operator, the major challenges today as well for the customs authority in the region after closing the Ukrainian ports are the long waiting times which caused the huge queue at the borders. The topic of streamlining the traffic of goods, it's one of the priority of Moldovan Customs, and Moldovan Customs reacted very promptly and implemented a lot of measures in order to respond at this crisis and to identify the key of the bottlenecks and to quickly respond to the demand of a business environment in order to facilitate all the trade of goods, as well to facilitate the transit of goods of our friends from Ukraine. In this context, Customs Service set up a very concrete action plan for short and medium and long measures to address this. And I would like to thank you, Romanian colleagues and Ukrainian colleagues, for good cooperation which we have during this very challenging day. Because it's a very challenging time for all of us, and we try to adapt and to be as much as more flexible in the context of a critical situation in the region. In context of the decongestions of the pressure at border crossing points, we try together with our neighbor parties to synchronize from the technical side, just to start to synchronize the shift and the working hours for the all agency involved in clearance of goods. We try to increase the number of staff, of personnel. We try to adapt and to use all the possible lanes in BCP, and to which, in context of the increasing trade which is coming from Ukraine, for exporter from our side, and to use all the possible lanes and to increase all the capacity and to use as much as possible a lot of non-intrusive equipment in order to ensure the security and safety of European Union in order to facilitate the trade. As well, another measure which I would like to inform you and very proud about this is because very soon will be signed the mutual recognition of the authorized economic operator. The Authorized Economic Operator Program is one of the commitments engaged by the Republic of Moldova in context of association agreement. In this order, since from 2014, we started the implementation of the Authorized Economic Program. In this regard, we are working together. I'm very grateful to European Union for their trust, and very soon, as I mentioned, will be signed the mutual recognition agreement in context to recognize the Authorized Economic Program, which will bring more benefits for economic operators and multiply the benefits, because now, in this very challenging time, it's very important to streamline the process of goods. In this context, I will encourage you, as an investor, as an economic operator, to apply for AO status and to benefit for all simplification and benefits provided about this program. You are speaking about less controls, about priority lanes, about priority treatment in context of customs control. Another measure which I would like to inform you is because now the Customs Service is working to implementation of a new customs code, which is one of the commitments in the context of association agenda. And the new customs code it was already approved in the Parliament and will enter into force 1st of January 2023. And this customs code is modernizing all the procedure in context of transformation and digitalization of the processes, because we should think now about customs service, not about the institution which are collecting the revenues, but is assuring the safety and security and facilitating the trade of the economic operator. And our main goal in our activity is to join the national NCTS convention, because it's very important now as well in context of transit. And this will be a very huge simplification for all economic operators, because only one transit declaration will be from departure under the destination country. This is very, how to say, our high priority, and we are working hard, because now and I would like to thank you for all support provided by development partner, for all support provided by European Commission in order to ensure and to implement all this reform. Last but not least, now we are in process to modernize our infrastructure, because we should think about to increase the number of BCPs. We should increase the number of the border at BCP with Romania, because it's very, how to say, I'm proud it, because the export, it's now twice increased, and we should think to, in context of infrastructure, to increase the number and to facilitate the trade. And as well, I would like to mention about our good cooperation with the business association, which pushing us and, how to say, staying us in tonus, because it's very important to ensure and to work together and to assure the modernized custom which respond to the necessity of investor or economic operator. And yes, I would like as well to inform you about one measure which we implement in context for our exporter to prioritize the agricultural products. In the border crossing points, Leușeni, Albița, and other in the border crossing points, we try to set up a separate lane, a green corridors, how to say, in order to prioritize the export of agricultural products, to prioritize as well the humanitarian aid for our friends from Ukraine, and as well to prioritize the essential goods in context of pandemical situation and now in context of this crisis in the region. I try very briefly to mention about our future, and I would like to ensure that customs service is committed to work hard. And our ambitions agenda, it's very, very ambitious in context, because as I mentioned, we should to transform customs to be so a friendly environment and to be as much as possible digitalized for all economic operator in context to reduce the cost and to be Moldova as much as more attractive for investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ababi. And it's unfortunate that we will not have time for questions since we are slightly behind schedule, but there are maybe some subjects which might be discussed further on, and maybe we'll have the opportunity to do that after this panel with the audience present here. Thank you for all the presentations, and we hope that we have convinced those who are watching us that there is a constant effort in enhancing the infrastructure and streamlining the transportation flows, in making the logistics in Moldova working well, very adaptive to the current situation, although it's hard, although the resources are limited, but still. And hope that we will be able to proceed further in reaching that status of a regional logistics hub for Moldova. Thanks a lot for being with us, and I think this is it for our panel today.
business, partner and stakeholder for governmental reforms. Moderator Ion Lupan.
Ok. Așteptăm un semn de la organizatori dacă putem începe. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, distinguished guests, business people from Moldova and from abroad, it is an absolute pleasure and honor to welcome you in this premises. I want to say that you are the strongest, so resist us till almost 4 o'clock in the evening. We are happy to be here on this panel entitled The Business Partner and Stakeholder for Governmental Reforms. My name is Ion Lupan. I'm the head of the Secretariat to the Economic Council, to the Prime Minister, public-private dialogue platform where state institutions and business community meet to discuss problems, to find solutions. So, as you see, I'm going to moderate today's panel discussion. And we have invited to the panel the representatives of Moldova's most vocal business associations. Let me introduce them. So, Mariana Rufa, Executive Director, European Business Association. Anna Groza, Executive Director, Foreign Investors Association. And Mila Malaireu, Executive Director, American Chamber of Commerce. So as you see, I'm the only one on this stage who is not Executive Director, so something for me to think about after the session. Maybe I'm doing something wrong in my life. However, in the next half an hour, we will be discussing the quality of this partnership between the business and the government, the problems faced by the business community today, the way the solutions are being discussed and further promoted, and the last but not least, further plans and expectations of the business community. So as you've already heard today, Moldova is facing a very difficult time. We have a new economic reality imposed, and here I can open the list. So we had the COVID pandemic, war in Ukraine, refugee crisis, sudden supply and chain disruption, unprecedented energy crisis, severe drought, and excessive inflation. Am I missing something? No? So yeah, sufficient enough. So this is the reality in which we have to live and operate. But now I guess this is also a perfect time for a change in order to turn this long list of crises into opportunities. opportunities that will bring a kind of a qualitative shift, yes, in our development and the development of our economy, sustainable development of our country, already being a candidate to EU big family. So now I'm going to start off with one question to all of the esteemed panelists. So what are, in your opinion, the most pressing challenges faced by the business community in these turbulent times, and how to turn those challenges into opportunities? So to break the ice, I want to give the floor to Mariana.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Honorable audience, Your Excellencies, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, from the very beginning, on behalf of the European Business Association, which I have the honor to represent today, allow us to express the sincere congratulations to the organizers, to the investment agency team, the government of Moldova, JZ, and all of the partners for such a great event with a lot of insightful presentations. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, we should start probably from the fact that the European Union is the most important and strategic partner for the Republic of Moldova, and in this regard, since 2014, when the association agreement and deep and comprehensive free trade agreement was signed, there are a lot of positive things that happened for the economic development of the Republic of Moldova, as well as for the social welfare. First of all, we speak about the double increase of volume of exports. We are speaking about the number of companies that are exporting onto the EU market has doubled. We should mention that over 80% of foreign direct investments that are coming to the Republic of Moldova are from European Union, and in the COVID times and in the most difficult and challenging times for the Republic of Moldova, the EU has supported over 20,000 companies, micro enterprises, thus creating about 12,000 jobs. So a lot of positive things have happened, and very recently the Republic of Moldova obtained the status of EU candidacy, which of course commits the Republic of Moldova for one side a lot of reforms and on one side a lot of results to boost economic growth. Now about challenges, I wanted really to start with positive things. Of course, all of these reforms and commitments implies certain challenges, because the whole world turned into quite challenging times, not only the Republic of Moldova. We are in a geopolitical challenge which is related to the war in Ukraine. We are facing problems with the energy crisis. However, there are also challenges related to cross-cutting issues like education sector, human capital, human resource that we as a country need to enhance. We should invest into the tertiary institutions in the Republic of Moldova. We should also enhance the public resource, because in order to implement reforms, we need very strong public institutions that are not only drafting these laws, but also are capable of implementing these reforms. It is also important to think about food safety legislation and diversify the products that are exported from the Republic of Moldova onto the EU market, thus involving products with animal origin products that are now not possible to be exported. And of course, it is extremely important to consider the Green Deal, and today a couple of speakers have referred to the environmental reforms that we have to implement in the Republic of Moldova. Otherwise, we really can turn into an environment disaster, which we of course want to avoid. The most important that there is a political will that we are all witnessing, and I'm sure that with the joint support and merged efforts, we will be able to achieve that. So briefly, thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Mila. Yeah, this applause goes to you. Mila, would you agree with Mariana? And what is your list of challenges?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yuan, thank you. And you know, you will be surprised that despite all the multiple tear-jerking aspects of the current economic context in Moldova, still a significant dose of optimism is being preserved among the existing investors in Moldova. And let me first start talking about the optimism, because investors may like Moldova for many different reasons. For its weather, for its wine, even for the marriage opportunities that they can get here. But they will only invest if there exists an optimism that their investment project will be successful. So recently we've conducted a survey among AmCham members, and you know that AmCham is a multinational business community that is comprising over 150 companies that are operating in different economic areas. And it is with mixed feelings that we've asked our members of what is their perception of the 3-year business outlook for Moldova. And I was relieved to find out that the majority of the responses, so out of 45 responses, 73% of the participating companies in survey are positive about the future of their investment in Moldova. So a big percent, 16% qualified it as optimistic, and 30% qualified it slightly optimistic, and then the rest qualified it as neutral. And then we further asked those investors whether they are planning to continue to support the same level of investment in the next 12 months. And let us see what they have answered. So 14% of the respondents considered that they will be substantially increasing their investment, and 41% will slightly increase its investment plans, and 32% plan no change in their investments. So overall, 87% of respondents forecast either an increase or no changes in their investment plans, rather than assuming a significant drop of their investments in Moldova. Of course, we are assuming that this positive mood is being conveyed by the current status of Moldova as a EU candidate country. We are very proud and excited by this situation. But we can't ignore the elephant in the room. And of course, if we really want to turn this into an opportunity, then we have to stay focused on the most immediate reforms and actions that have to be implemented. And on behalf of the AmCham community, I would mention 3 things that are being recently reported as the most damaging, let's say, impediments and factors for expanding the operations of investors in Moldova. This is, first of all, access to human capital. Second of all, it's energy security and green transition. And third, it's reducing the cost of doing business by eliminating excessive bureaucracy, by deregulation, and by digitalization, of course. So I'll start with the access to human capital, because this is something that have not been really touched in the previous presentations. And this is a very, very important thing for any investor that is coming. So recently, recruiting and retaining people at all levels is not an easy job. And actually, I'm fascinated about the talent and creativity of our HR professionals to design different packages with different benefits for the employees just to retain them and make them loyal. However, that doesn't help, and unfortunately that doesn't stop the outflow of the human capital from Moldova. So what we can see as necessary measures, immediate necessary measures, is to try to unleash the existing potential in Moldova. And I will tell you a number that really surprised me, and it looks unbelievable, but we, well, have to believe statistics and just work with what we have. So there are 350,000 people in the age 25-55 years that are not economically active. Can you believe this? We have all those people, they are drinking tea, they are playing trenulețu, they are playing TikTok, but they are not being economically active, they are not contributing to the economic growth, and they are not working. So there should be really serious measures undertaking to involve those people. And What we are glad to see is actually we have already certain very clear measures, so the Ministry of Labor and the Parliament to involve those people in economic life. First thing is developing the potential of female to access jobs. And this is something that we are doing together on the platform of Economic Council. And the best thing that the government can do, it is actually doing it, is developing the social infrastructure, the infrastructure for childcare, because if that is not created, women won't have any possibility to access jobs. But the other program that is being planned is to reward women to return back to work. And this is something that we are really applauding as employers. Other thing that haven't been observed, but for us, employers, is very important. The ministry decided to take a risky and popular step to cut the allowances for unemployed people so that to force them return into the labor market. This is something we are really supporting, and we hope it will produce the effect. And the third thing that has been very much appreciated by the business community is the package of amendments to the labor code, important amendments that we have been trying to promote for years, and suddenly in a record timing it has been consulted with all the stakeholders, and it has been approved, and it has been published in officially published, so now we can already apply it. But of course we want more. We want, of course, less bureaucracy in the relationship between the employers and employees. We want simplified rule to access foreign human capital. We want to have this option to bring in qualified and non-qualified work from abroad and workforce from abroad. And we want, of course, a simplified or reduced taxation for some benefits that employers need to offer to the employees. But what we want the most regarding the access to human capital, it's having a clear strategic vision, a clear and strong political will, and of course the clear reform for healthcare system and for pension system, so that people are interested, are willing to stay, to live, to get married, and deliver kids in Moldova. So this is what we want, and we believe it may help us with accessing human capital.
Okay, thank you, Mila. Anna, you are the last to speak, so is there anything left for you in terms of challenges to mention?
Sure, Ron, but first of all, allow me to greet all of you on behalf of Foreign Investors Association and to thank you for your patience to wait for our panel. Ivan, just to answer your question, alongside the challenges that have been mentioned by Mila and Mariana, I would like to tackle the issues related to the climate change that indeed impact negatively the Republic of Moldova, and it is expressed in unprecedented drought and being followed by heavy rains and floods. And according to the Global Drought Observatory analytical report dated August this year, the situation is getting worse yearly. Now you know that the Republic of Moldova is positioning itself as an agrarian country, due to the fact that agricultural sector is one of the most important components from the Republic of Moldova. In the same time, this sector does not reach its potential quota due to some legal framework barriers, due to some lack of innovative and digital solutions from this sector, and sometimes from the shortage of the labor force, as Mila mentioned. Now, based on an open dialogue with the authorities, based on a round of consultations, the authorities showed their openness and commitment and came with a series of measures in support to farmers. I would like to mention a few of them just to inform our audience. And I will start with the fact that on premiere there was increased the agricultural subsidy fund with 70%, being as of today 1.8 billion leis. So from this fund they were benefited 3,000 farmers, which is with 45% more applicants in comparison with the previous years. Also, we do appreciate the government decision to continue the finance support for LEADER program with an accent for rural development and agricultural sector. The decision to extend as I said, also it was the decision to continue the land improvement program. We do appreciate the decision to compensate the excise duties for farmers, for diesel used by farmers, and many other measures that have been mentioned by our colleagues from the previous panel. So, Yuan, the business community really appreciate the government openness, commitment, knowing they are, let's say, less capacity to help us, but they did their best.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I want to continue, so...
with me.
The discussion with you. You mentioned some important steps that the government took to overcome some difficult situation in agriculture. So I want your opinion on whether those were sufficient enough for the business community to adapt to this new reality. What are the further expectations of the business community? What are the future plans starting from this point? Yeah.
I see. You know, there is always room for improvements, and the business community is the most active one, is very proactive, and as our colleague said, a little bit pushy, keeping them in tonus. Of course, we are aware of the limited institutional capacities of the authorities, and based on a round of consultations, on discussions within FIA members community, of course, there were identified an additional set of measures, and I will start with the fact that is an urgent need of developing and approving a national strategy just to mitigate the risk of climate change. This has a negative impact on human development, on economic growth, on prosperity, and we are definitely sure that this strategy will help us to be resilient and to fight and to be more adaptive to climate change. Also, there is a need to finalize and to adopt the land code that will ensure an equal access of investors to this sector and to ensure their further protection. Another proposal is related to the necessity to revise the agricultural subsidy fund mechanism with the accent on innovative crops, innovation and digital solution that will came to, let's say, to enhance the food safety of the country. In the context of the energy crisis, all of companies are looking for alternative solutions, and it is mandatory for state authorities to reshape their vision and to think to compensate the excise duty for companies that are importing these alternative fuels and oils. Also, another proposals were related to the irrigation system in order to facilitate the access of farmers to irrigation and to ensure crop rotation with the purpose to ensure land improvement. So I would like to stop here, not to monopolize the discussion, and to dare to come in Moldova, to invest here, and to join Moldovan committee. And a message to the authorities: we are here to support you with our expertise, with our help, with everything you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Energy crisis has unveiled Moldova's exposure to the price volatility of fossil fuels and electricity that obviously harms the competitiveness of our products. There's no doubt that appropriate measures need to be taken to enhance Moldova's energy security and resilience, to the current and future shocks. So Mila, my question goes to you. How would you qualify the current government agenda of reforms in the energy sector and the role of businesses in its implementation?
Yes, thank you, Ion, for this question, and you will be again surprised, but I'm celebrating, actually. Several years ago, this transition from fossil fuels to the clean energy from renewable sources was a dream. And MTM, together with a bunch of investors in the renewables, we were going around, we were meeting ministers, and nobody was taking it seriously. Nobody was feeling this transition as a serious need for energy security. And look what we have now. Everybody talking about the need, the pressing and urgent need to implement this transition. It's not anymore, it's not a commitment of Moldova to the European Union or other development partners. This is a society need, and everybody wants to support this society, everybody wants to finance this need, everybody wants to finance this need, and everybody already needs these technologies so that they don't have this energy security issues. So we've seen, and there was a very detailed presentation of the Secretary of State, Borosan, about the developments in this energy sector and the details of the transition and diversification of the energy resources. What we still want to insist on is, of course, the creation of high-capacity installations, the organization of the tenders, and the application of the third support scheme that exists in the law. And again, the law on promotion of renewable energy and its implementation has been really delayed, and those existing support schemes have not been entirely applied. So this is something we are continuously watching, and unless we see the calendar of tenders organization and the announced and the development of the tenders prepared, we won't be calm and happy. Of course, we need to develop further the legal framework, and something Anna referred earlier, the National Climate and Energy Plan is something but we really need to guide us through the needs of the power resources. Energy strategy also, as it has been mentioned. And the other aspect of it that is also very, very important, and that actually represents a great potential for investments, and everybody should look into it. It's the green transformation. Now everybody is talking about energy efficiency, knowing that there will be limited access to energy resources, and companies are looking for technologies, companies are looking to innovate processes inside so that they can better cope with the scarcity of energy resource. And this is where investors can potentially come. What we need, again, and what we see from our member companies is that they really need to increase their capacity. They really need to have access to technologies, and of course they need to have access to financing. But even when that financing exists, sometimes companies lack that knowledge and expertise to access necessary technology and to professionally apply to that financing. So if there are any resources available that the state or development partners can offer, this is where they can do it. For the rest, yeah, not only related to energy efficiency, but in general, green transformation will remain the priority for the companies, not because it is a commitment, a formal commitment towards the European Union and the Green Deal, but because companies will be less competitive with their products on the European market, less efficient and less competitive. So any type of technology that you can bring to the Moldovan market, starting with water sanitation and finalizing with waste management, everything will be really well absorbed in the market, including knowledge and expertise and consulting services. And my last thing to actually give a good advice to those who came to Moldova to explore the potential of investment. I think you can have an immediate investment into two interesting areas, and please do it. You can do it immediately. One investment opportunity is to invest in red wine, and another is in white wine. So it will generate the immediate return, so I really commend you. And this advice is for free. If you want me to share further my wisdom and the expertise of my team, please join American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova. You'll like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mila. Mariana, coming back to you. So continuing the line of ideas expressed by Mila, so turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities. Is the green transition fast, inclusive, as the businesses expect?
Thank you, Ion, for this extremely important question, because we all know that one of the key priority, not only of the European Union, but of the whole world, recently is the Green Deal, is the pro-environment actions, because we have to save our planet. And these are not only declarations. We all understand that a very significant part of the business operation is related to, regardless on how strange it sounds, but it is related to integrated waste management systems. And on one side, exactly as Mila has mentioned, it does have also perspectives for the alternative source resources in the context of saving energy resources, so it can be used for that purpose as well. On from another point of view, it really should become a #1 priority of any country which is really interested in investing into processing, production, and increase its exports. In the case of the Republic of Moldova, indeed, it is extremely important to devise the necessary legislation related to integrated waste management systems, the necessary standards related to water treatment, the necessary extended producer responsibility legal amendments, so as to ensure the economic mechanism, so as on one way we have the companies responsible for the waste management, but on the other hand, the state should also commit to the necessary responsibilities. So we do believe, as EBA, as European business community, that pro-environment actions are not only to support businesses, to be honest, it's about supporting the country and supporting the human safety and human health in the end of the day. If you allow me one very quickly, I would like to reiterate another very important issue that I have mentioned above. It's related to investments into education. Somehow it was skipped, and I would like to really focus the need of expanding the country's investment and open the market and open the space for all of the investors that are here today. The fertile land that we have for the education investments. The investors in Moldova will already have very well developed private schools, which actually are growing. None of them has closed, which means that there is space also for investments into tertiary education, secondary education, and technical education. We do believe that once having educated society and educated youngsters, also the exode will somehow limit and not expand, and that would be another very important resource for the private sector. And last but not the least, it's extremely important for the state to invest into public sector and to make the public sector serve, and I want really make and reiterate this word, to serve the business community and the society, because only in this bridging approach, only in this merging approach in the light of a togetherness with business community and strong public sector, we will be able to implement everything we've mentioned today over these panels.
Thank you, Mariana. So, dear participants, I have to finalize this session. I want to say that we are witnessing unprecedented transformations in the global and regional economies. But as we all know, all these crises can be tackled through and only through joint efforts and close cooperation and understanding between the citizens, the business community, the government, and the development partners. Today you had the occasion to hear all of them and to make an impression. We kindly invite our guests from abroad to explore and identify opportunities in Moldova and to try to find a way to join our Moldovan business community. So all four of us here on the stage, we're ready to help you, to guide you in any issue you face, so we are ready to help all interested potential investors. Thanks a lot, my beautiful and distinguished colleagues.
I will dare you want to get out of the schedule and to mention that in the Republic of Moldova we have actually one of the most active public-private platform, and this is the Prime Minister Economic Council, where the chair of the Secretariat is Ion Lupan. I can assure you of the extremely important role of this platform, which has more than 150 representatives from the public sector and private sector, and which does provide results. So, welcome to Moldova.
Thank you. That was not part of our scenario, but okay, thank you anyway. So, thank you very much, the panelists, thank you very much, all the participants.
In the past decades, the Republic of Moldova has grown on many levels. Now, facing technology disruptions, climate change, and an increasing need for social innovation, Moldova must be ready for more. It must be ready for a future global economy rooted in technology, creativity, and inclusiveness. To succeed in this future, Moldova must collaborate and co-create, building opportunities and innovating where sectors collide. That is what the Future Technologies activity is about. Advancing the digital, creative, and green economy. Take engineering. We are building partnerships to collide science, engineering, and traditional sectors via the Internet of Things, 3D printing, and advanced robotics, driving innovations in precision agriculture, green manufacturing, and virtual tourism. In light industry, we are transforming Moldova into a sustainable, high-value-added manufacturing partner for Western European premium brands. Moldovan light industry is empowering entrepreneurial female designers, providing fair jobs for women, and pioneering circular and digital fashion. We are leveraging Moldova as a creative nation to drive entrepreneurship in design, publishing, architecture, and game development. We are pairing these creative talents with tech visionaries to tap into the burgeoning global create-tech sector. Moldova's rich culture and history will be the foundation of its creative economy and socially inclusive growth. We are pushing the boundaries of film and media, disrupting traditional content production with cutting-edge technologies like augmented reality and real-time 3D animation. We are investing in new media skills for Moldova to become a source of world-class talent and co-development services for international digital media. We are making this possible by sustaining the exponential growth of Moldova's ICT sector and its role as a catalyst for innovation and digital transformation of the country's economy. In 5 years, we see hundreds of Moldovan businesses succeeding on Western markets by embracing technology and sustainable business models. Moldovan universities partnering with the private sector to prepare a future-ready and adaptive workforce. Young people embracing opportunities at home with digitally enabled jobs and startups. innovation policies and incentives growing local and international businesses. We see Moldovan digital, green and creative economies flourishing within a top-ranked innovating country. We will succeed on this development journey together. The private sector, academia, the government, development partners, and most importantly, the Moldovan people. We challenge all of Moldova to collaborate, harness new technologies, believe in the power of creativity, and innovate. We challenge Moldova to build the economy of the future today. Start innovation.
Education. Moldova joining the race for talent. Moderator, Michel Iliev.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you still have enough forces to join our panel on education. My name is Michel Iliev. I'm from FTA, Future Technology Activity, from USA and Sweden. And I'm responsible for the education workforce at my organization. And I will present briefly our panel. We have today with us Nadezhda Velishko, the General Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Research of the Republic of Moldova. We will try to focus with you more on educational reform at policy level. The second panelist is Vladimir Fonar from GIZ, responsible for the vocational education and trainings. And of course, we are moving from the higher education and digital education with Viorel Bostan, director from the Technical University of Moldova. And remotely, we have also a distinguished guest from Molcel Foundation, the chairman and vice president of the Chodri Foundation and managing director of Chodri Group, Nirvana Chodri. Good evening. Do you hear us? I hope yes, yeah. Before we go into the personal questions, let's try to, I want to have some general remarks and facts about education. So preparing the workforce for the future of jobs is a matter of survival both for business and for educational system. Future jobs will require in the meanwhile a combination of human and tech skills. 80% of businesses consider soft skills more important than courses on AI, robotics or coding. Skills have become like mobile apps. They have to be upgraded as fast as we can. Also, while businesses are updating their skills and the learning programs every year, their educational institutions are doing this less, at 3 or 5 years in time. Emerging technologies such as AR, VR, and AI will supercharge learning by focusing on how to learn and not on what we learn. And the last, the work ahead means working together. So with this in mind, I would like to give a perspective about our a general persona or profile of our pupils and students in Moldova in 2022. So we have the following profile. He or she is a digital native digital. But at the same time, it's a naive digital, so the pupil or the student. They don't know how to select the information. Yeah? Pupils and students are more vocal. They are asking critical questions and confronting the existing status quo than the previous generation. Youth spends more time on online, on social media, and on virtual worlds in general. This also raised a lot of questions and anxiety and the high demand for the emotional intelligence training. So the question for Madam Velishko is, how does the educational new strategy, that I know that the ministry is working on the new strategy for education, fit this need for this profile of the new student and pupil? And what are the most critical steps that the government will take to ensure the rise of our talent and to become competitive worldwide in the next 5 years?
Onorată asistență, stimați colegi, stimați parteneri, angajatori, sigur că sistemul educației din Republica Moldova și cred că din întreaga lume, din toată vremea trebuie să răspundă la aceste întrebări: cum vin absolvenții noștri pregătiți pentru piața muncii, în ce măsură au acele competențe necesare angajatorului și în ce măsură copiii noștri, chiar din grădiniță, școală, sunt gata pentru a accede și a avea o profesie în cel mai apropiat viitor. Și întrebările pe care le-a spus doamna Iliev sunt cele mai provocatoare astăzi la care sistemul încearcă să răspundă. Ați menționat strategia Educația 2030, care urmează în următoarea perioadă să fie aprobată. Această strategie, în contextul la ceea ce discutăm astăzi și la solicitările majorității pe care i-am ascultat astăzi în aceste paneluri, este una: ce fel de competențe vor avea copiii noștri, studenții noștri? Și răspunsul este unul: trebuie să fie niște competențe soft, tehnice, gata să-l ajute pe cel care învață pentru a-și continua viața, pregătit pentru ea, pregătit pentru societate, pregătit pentru piața muncii. Și aici vreau să menționez că reforma curriculară este cea mai importantă într-un stat și această reformă curriculară are loc și în învățământul general, și în învățământul profesional tehnic, și în învățământul superior. Să zic câte ceva despre învățământul general, care este baza pentru celelalte trepte și sigur că în ce măsură sunt pregătiți acești copii este foarte important. Actualmente, curicula școlară a suferit schimbări, avem noi discipline în acel plan cadru, copiii de fapt sunt destul de mulțumiți pentru ele. Vorbim de astfel de discipline cum este dezvoltarea personală sau educație pentru societate sau robotică sau educație digitală. Este un prim pas realizat deja de mai bine de 2 ani în curicula școlară și se face acest lucru chiar din clasele primare. Ghidarea în carieră, educația antreprenorială, educația financiară a sunat astăzi din partea tuturor participanților la acest panel. Toate aceste lucruri sunt introduse în curicula școlară. În același timp, pentru a face față acestor noi prevederi în dezvoltarea copiilor noștri, sigur că avem nevoie de cadre bine pregătite. E vorba de cadru didactic. Și aici Ministerul are planificat un program pentru susținerea învățământului pedagogic, pentru că pedagogii care lipsesc, din păcate, și suficient de mulți în sistemul de învățământ secundar general, este nevoie să avem niște programe sociale foarte rezistente. Printre competențele menționate, sigur că a sunat cuvântul reziliență. Astăzi operăm cu această competență de reziliență, mai ales în contextul pandemiei. Și am observat cât de prompt a răspuns sistemul educațional, s-a orientat în această perioadă pandemică pentru a face față procesului didactic și ca copiii noștri să nu rămână în urmă cu toate aceste activități. Învățământul vocațional tehnic, sigur că n-aș putea să nu menționez legea învățământului dual, care ia amploare astăzi în Republica Moldova și doar un exemplu o să vă spun că dacă începusem cu 5 programe în învățământul profesional tehnic, actualmente deja avem 28 de programe în care angajatorii sunt parte la proces. Dacă aveam doar 5 domenii în care erau implicați angajatorii în acest învățământ dual și în aceste programe, actualmente avem 15 domenii și dacă vorbim de angajatori propriu-zis, aveam la început doar 5 și acum avem peste 70. Deci este un exemplu care merită de continuat. Pilotăm în învățământul superior, la fel, elementele învățământului dual. Avem un proiect Erasmus care ne va da acest răspuns dacă merită și pentru învățământul superior să facem această activitate, principiile învățământului dual. Un rol important este nomenclatorul specialităților și domeniilor de formare profesională. Și noi, anual, încercăm să ajustăm la cerințele angajatorilor, a pieței muncii. Avem noi specialități aproape în fiecare an și pentru sectorul agricol și pentru sectorul ingineriesc, chiar în acest an pentru domeniul arte, e vorba de design, de producția multimedia, de animație, deci 3 noi specialități care vreau să vă zic că studenții s-au dat în rând ca să le ocupe. Am avut câte 3 persoane pe locurile bugetare pe care le-a oferit guvernul, dar avem foarte mulți și la studii prin contract. Acum, cadrul de calificări, acolo unde angajatorul este important pentru noi să participe. Aceste standarde de calificare sunt importante și le dezvoltăm acum, în așa fel ca să fim recunoscuți pe piața internațională, să fie recunoscute diplomele noastre în continuare în aceeași măsură ca și la celelalte țări europene. Aici rolul angajatorilor, partenerilor este pur și simplu inevitabil și foarte important. Reforma universitară. Sigur că acest segment foarte discutat în ultima perioadă este poate unul prioritar dintre cele prioritare. Și această reformă a făcut ca să consolidăm eforturile în ce privește resursa umană, resursele financiare și nu mai puțin important este integrarea cercetării în învățământul superior, pentru că elementul de cercetare sau acel numit principiu Humboldt trebuie să funcționeze începând de la programele de licență, master și ajungem la doctorat, unde pregătim cadre bine calificate. Sectorul cercetării și mai mult vom sta pe această prioritate pentru că Republica Moldova este țara asociată la programul Orizont Europa și ca un exemplu o să vă duc doar în perioada 2014-2020, țara noastră a aplicat peste 550 de proiecte, 67 au fost finanțate de Uniunea Europeană cu o valoare de aproape 7 milioane de euro. Deci este un element bun de urmat și în continuare. Sigur că Guvernul și Ministerul Educației și Cercetării face investiții în acest proces, dar ne dorim ca aceste investiții să fie susținute și de angajatori, de parteneri. De exemplu, în următoarea perioadă vom dota foarte serios 13 instituții pe domenii prioritare, cum ar fi științele educației, inginerie, tehnologii informaționale și medicină. În jur de 300 de milioane vor fi investiți în laboratoare, în infrastructura universitară, dar cel mai important în revizuirea programelor, adaptarea acestora și sigur că pregătirea personalului. Resursa umană calificată pentru noi programe de calitate în învățământul superior. N-aș putea să fac doar acest și să mă opresc la acest lucru, să nu menționez că pentru noi este important să consolidăm universitățile regionale, chiar dacă ele sunt mici. Acolo avem zone economice libere în care aceste universități ar trebui să-și aducă plus valoarea, respectiv ar fi o activitate de comun acord cu partenerii și din aceste zone, dar și din întreaga țară. Și încă un element important pentru cooperarea noastră și pentru îmbunătățirea calității programelor de studii, în așa fel ca să răspundă acelor provocări pe care le-ați menționat dumneavoastră, este parteneriatele cu angajatorii, parteneriate cu diferiți parteneri sociali. De exemplu, actualmente în universități, aceștia sunt parte, vă spuneam, la standarde de calificare, în comisiile de examinare finală, chiar actualmente și în revizuirea acestor programe de studii superioare, care merită să fie alături cu angajatorii revizuite, pentru că, de fapt, angajatorul așteaptă un absolvent foarte bine pregătit, cu mai puțină implicație suplimentară sau recalificare suplimentară. De aceea e bine ca acest parteneriat să fie în continuare și mai consolidat și mai bine decât a fost până în prezent. Sunt sigur că digitalizarea este elementul cheie pentru toate treptele de învățământ actualmente. Avem un proiect foarte serios obținut acum de la Fondul Global pentru susținerea acestui proces în învățământul general, pentru că avem nevoie de dotări, avem nevoie de pregătirea resursei umane, pedagogilor și sigur că dotarea elevilor, mai ales cei din familiile socialmente vulnerabile, care în perioada pandemică nu aveau nici laptopuri, nu aveau computere, dar acest lucru era foarte și foarte necesar. Nu mai puțin important pentru dezvoltarea sectorului rămâne să putem crește în continuare și o să finalizez aici cu acest segment atât de important, ridicarea prestigiului profesorului în societate, pentru că și vorbim de toate treptele, și învățământ general, și învățământ profesional, tehnic și superior. Aici vom veni cu programe sociale foarte serioase, majorare de salarii, susținerea studenților care vor merge la cele specialități din învățământul pedagogic, care urmează să ne asigure toate instituțiile de învățământ cu cadre calificate.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite our next panelist maybe to add some comments to this statement that the ministry is come with. And I will start with Mr. Fonar on dual education. The vocational education is known to have a good link between the businesses and the schools. Do you think this approach is a good recipe for Moldova to keep our talent here locally and not to escape abroad?
Yes, good evening everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us. Regarding your question, you are sure very right, because dual education in Moldova is a very specific type of education, so our students, our young people are spending a lot of time at the enterprises, so somehow they are involved in all practical activities. They are becoming very quick, very good specialists. And at the same time, investors, when they are coming to Moldova, one of the points is the analysis of the labor market. Because every time they are asking about a qualified labor force, they would like to have with them on board a very good professional, or they would like people to learn very fast. Because every time they are coming with ultra-modern technologies, with some green aspects, digital aspects. So we consider that the network of the vocational institutions that is really not bad in the Republic of Moldova is trying every time to offer to the business some opportunities to develop a local labor force. At the same time, vocational institutions are very adaptive. So we can speak that they can quickly adapt to the requirements of the investors. So somehow young people that are enrolled can become very quickly very good professionals. And also to mention that our business investors are coming from very interesting areas, from very interesting sectors of economy.
Can you mention a number maybe of investors and the areas?
So, I mean, it was somehow mentioned before by my colleagues from the ministry, but I can say that, for example, in IT industries, we have a lot of partners in automotive, pharma, construction, logistics, administration, services. So if we give some names, we can give some important German companies. For example, Premier Energy, the provider of electricity, is a very good partner in dual education. So what I can again repeat myself, that we consider that it is very important, but at the same time the business environment should understand that they also need to invest in order to have good staff at the enterprises. So I can continue a lot, but I think you have another question, so I can stop here. Thank you.
Okay, I will switch then to Mr. Bostan, and maybe we can, after that, we can switch to one another. Mr. Bostan, there is no secret that the university are facing a deep crisis right now all over the world, and they have to reinvent themselves very fast and with a high speed, let's say. Of course, we are taking a lot of efforts, and the ministry itself to catch the train and to keep the students in the universities. What is the approach in your university, and what is the secret that you still have students and it's a popular university in Moldova? And what is the role of digitalization in this journey?
Thank you, Michelle. Clearly, first of all, digitalization process in our university can be classified in two components. One is the digitalization of the academic processes, academic activities, both for students and our staff. And in this sense, we developed our own in-house system for management activities and for providing services to our students, which allowed, by the way, us to optimize some of the financial resources and then to redirect them to development projects. Second direction for digitalization, and that will answer somehow the first question as well, refers to providing new digital content and develop new digital skills for our students. First of all, in our university we have two faculties that are related to ICT, IT and Communication. We have the Faculty of Electronics and Communication, and we have the Faculty of Computer Science, Informatics and Microelectronics. And at these faculties we have both programs oriented towards software development, toward communication, and to hardware, as well as, for example, industrial informatics. In this sense, we have a very nice collaboration with the private sector, which is very active in the Republic of Moldova, and it's one of the most faster growing industries here. We are very open, we are very flexible, we are updating the curricula on their behalf. We are introducing extracurricular courses that will cover some of the gaps that the companies are identifying. We are changing constantly our approach towards studies. For example, we have a program in software engineering which uses project-based learning. Just this year, to continue the discussion of my colleague, we reformatted two programs, automatics and robotics, in a dual education mode. And we have a partnership with 6 local companies. And dual education in university means basically more than approximately 30–35% of the academic activities are done at the companies with companies, such that our students will get all necessary professional skills that the company will require. So that is related to the ICT educational programs. But also, we are putting a lot of focus on developing IT skills for non-IT students, because our university is a comprehensive one. We have different engineering fields programs, like mechanical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, or power engineering. We have also a design faculty, we have a faculty of architecture, we have a faculty of engineering, economic and business, and even a small law program. And recently we just merged with Agrarian University, and we have 3 new faculties, Agronomical Sciences faculty, Horticulture faculty, and the Veterinary Medicine faculty. And for all these faculties, we are introducing 2 new courses in the curricula for all first-year students. One course is IT Essentials with content from Cisco, and another course is Python programming. Because, for example, programming literacy, in our opinion, will be one of the future skills, and that's very important. Yes, we will not have new programmers from law program, but at least we will have an introduction to a modern programming language that might be used. Another direction is to introduce more transversal skills courses, again related to digital literacy, or for example to cybersecurity hygiene, which is again very important and an important skill. In the existing courses, we are putting an accent to introduce more software programs related to each field, such that the students after graduation will be able to be involved in professional activities with the correct knowledge of the right softwares that are being used more and more frequently by the companies. And another development is reformatting our Faculty of Engineering, Economics and Business. We would like to introduce more skills and new programs. for example, in data science, business analytics, or, for example, in the product development. And here I should mention the Future Technology Activities project, that great collaboration with Berkeley, in which our professors will benefit from the training and then introduce new entrepreneurial and product development courses throughout all university for all study programs.
Thank you very much for mentioning also some of my activities, just not to spend a lot of time. You have mentioned also about the private partnerships. So it's a critical key role. It has a critical key role in the modern economy. And the Moldcell Foundation, it's one of the leading partners in our country that also step in the first place where when ArtCore, the first excellence center for the creative industry, was built. So, Mr. Chaudhry, of course, we are switching to you right now. I hope that you hear us. Also, Moldcell Foundation is a driver for the internet safety for pupils in schools. Can you share with us, please, some case study and some, I don't know, maybe the impact of your foundation implication for the education in Moldova? Here on stage, yes, but we are not sure that everyone can hear you. No? No? On your side, it's okay. It's a technical problem here in the audience, for the audience. Yes, 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 yes.
Philanthropic activities, education is something that we really prioritize in our own country. We leverage from our 15-20 schools that the company runs and are heavily engaged into activities in digital classrooms, skills development, providing scholarships, building schools in the most rural part of areas. We happen to become part of the Moldova business family, just before COVID. And before even looking into our business plan or the business potential of unlocking Moldcell's potential, one of the first things we did was went into the COVID response work, providing various medical devices and facilities to the people of Moldova. But as we went into Moldova and I got a chance to meet with our team, I must tell you this, that we operate in over 32 countries and have over 100 companies. But my favorite company to work with, the favorite people that I learn so much every time I interact with, is the team of Moldcell and the Moldcell Foundation. So, when you have such a vibrant team, we definitely keep it in our heart that the next generation, the youth of the country, definitely have that potential to also become world-class. Exactly like the people of Moldcell that we have. And as a consequence, we immediately went into Moldova and tied up with MediaCorp, because we really believe the value of unlocking the potential of the IT, digital creativity in the youth of the country. We saw that how Moldcell as a company, because we had a first interface with them and then introduction to ArtCore, we could see that there's so much of creative zeal and enthusiasm and the treasure that is still left to be unlocked from Moldova. Today in the world of boundaryless world, a creative expert or a creative mind can be sitting in any part of the world, and the world is the opportunity, the globe is the opportunity. So we immediately partnered with MediaCorp and tied up with institutions like TechWill, ArtCore, MediaCorp on specializing for IT, digital creativity and the content building. Now, why did we do that? Being a telecom company, we could leverage our communications foray into the data world, into the broadband world. And the new younger generation gotten more training, more education on the IT, digital, creative and piece, we could then give them a platform to then take their talent and their experience to the world. And we thought this is the first thing to do. We are really amazed and honored to have been associated with ArtCore. It's our second year now. We are heavily invested, not only in terms of our contribution, but in terms of our passion and our time and our commitment and our priority, that I think in our own humble way, by partnering with MediaCore, ArtCore, we could make a difference to some of the youth, the future of your country. Within our company itself, we started off with Molcel Academy, and we are continuously asking all the young population of Moldova who are getting into the corporate world, who are getting into the workforce, to come into internship at Molcel. Where Molcel will provide the infrastructure, the platform it has, where the young minds can experiment, can learn on the various ICT platforms, digital platforms, content platforms. So that becomes a learning space for them to grow outwards. Like you mentioned, our partnership with UNFPA, Internet Without Borders, our education to the children about using the internet and the content and the technology in a safe way. Also our partnership and working with the lovely grandmothers of Moldova taught us so much as a company and individual. But the various things we've done in the last 2 years, and we look forward to doing so much more, learning so much more from the ecosystem that we're talking about the various new initiatives I'm hearing, with the various universities and different initiatives. We as Molcel Foundation remain committed in continuously expanding on our work for youth development through education, because that's the bottom line, that's the platform, that's the foundation for the Moldova to reach global standards and to grow. And we deeply believe in it. And I really give it up to because of the team we have at Molcel, I was able to immediately relate that there's so much we have to learn from the team itself. So imagine what the next generation has got to be.
Thank you very much for your inputs. Now I have a general question for everyone, if you can comment on this. How we can escape this outsource heaven, let's say, and switch to building and developing value products for the world, from the low incomes and low paid salaries to a more high added value salaries and value of chain. It's a question for everyone. It's between education and business.
Precum menționasem la începutul acestui panel, deci această activitate de cooperare între business, între angajatori, între parteneri și instituții de învățământ de toate nivelele este unul prioritar și spuneam chiar și în programul de guvernare, dar și în strategia Educația 2030 care se așteaptă a fi pusă în aplicare. De ce zic acest lucru? Pentru că este important că universitățile actualmente și-au creat centre de ghidare în carieră, incubatoare de afaceri, în care sunt invitați acești reprezentanți ai business-ului, în care își pot prezenta locurile de muncă, capacitatea instituției pe care o reprezintă sau organizației. Și studentul, în felul acesta, încă de la primul curs, la primul an de studiu, își poate alege specialitatea, își poate pregăti, deci, traseul său profesional. Ministerul, în acest sens, mai are niște activități bine puse la punct și vor fi implementate în următorii 3 ani. Deci vrem să realizăm un studiu de urmărire a traseului profesional al tuturor absolvenților, să vedem cum se angajează, la ce angajatori merg, cât de ușor este această angajare, dacă angajatorul are anumite cerințe față de el suplimentare, în așa fel ca să putem ajusta programele ulterior, cu ce salariu vine la prima angajare. În același timp, avem preconizat un sistem informațional al pieței muncii, care îl dezvoltăm împreună cu Agenția de Ocupare a Forței de Muncă și Ministerul Educației și Cercetării, care la fel vor fi evidențiate cerințele angajatorilor, dar și locurile de muncă la care pot pretinde absolvenții noștri. Vorbind despre programele de studii, a menționat domnul rector și vreau să mă întorc la acest subiect foarte important. Toate programele de studii superioare, pentru acestea, Ministerul a recomandat obligatoriu să se ia în considerație un curs de limbă străină numai decât. Un curs în tehnologii informaționale și a menționat domnul rector ce se întâmplă în cadrul Universității Tehnice a Moldovei. Un curs de antreprenoriat obligatoriu, în așa fel ca orice absolvent de la orice specialitate să poată merge, să se încadreze ușor în câmpul muncii.
Thank you. If someone else also can comment.
Another important activity is to support financially as well the incubation and acceleration activities. And here development partners indeed are also involved. We are organizing different activities like Startup Weekends or Startup Week, where are different facilities for those who want to initiate their own business. Second of all, I've already mentioned that FTA project with entrepreneurship program, in which we will review the content. So first of all, we'll do TOT, and then we'll provide to our students real entrepreneurship courses and product development courses, because those are the skills that are missing today. Unfortunately, quite often the entrepreneurship course is basically about small enterprises, which is entirely wrong. And then we are hoping that we'll have a new content, new courses on entrepreneurship. And yes, you cannot provide quality education if you don't have financial resources. And we are hoping that the government will continue to support the whole education sector, pre-university and university sector, such that the best students will remain in the country, will study here, and then will be employed by the companies present in the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you.
Yes, so very difficult to add something to my colleagues, but I think that also the country or government and institutions should be very flexible and very open. And at the same time, it is very important the communication between all stakeholders, because when the business is trying to enter the country, everybody should be prepared, starting from ministries, free economic zones, vocational schools. So when the entrepreneur is already here, so that he or she has all conditions to start operating as soon as possible. And we consider that the salaries will be enough good for the people to stay at home if the labor force will be qualified. And now within all this regional not only risks, but also I think a lot of opportunities are here, so we should be prepared to act very quickly and to show that we are open to our partners to collaborate. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chudri, you have also a comment, or we can move on?
Sure. I mean, just very briefly, what I want to say is we really believe in the power of leveraging an infrastructure, already existing infrastructure that you have. And I think the whole world is moving towards technology, digital evolution. So I think MOLSET's sitting on a very good position where a lot of the youth who are wanting to do activities from content creation to animation to gaming, these are the future of the world's industries. MOLSET as a company can provide that platform, that technology, the data, access to data, to hand-holding, incubating, being an accelerator to the youth for the individuals to starting their own career. So MOLSET has always remained open, and that's what we've always believed in together as MOLSET, as a family, that we must give as much opportunity to as many youth using our platform to give them that stage.
Thank you. So we will try to close this session just with more few remarks that the future of work mirror is the image of the future of education. That's why we have to keep continuing in investing not only in technology, in softwares, in businesses, but firstly in our people. So we'll have enough people in the near future to build our nation and to innovate more. Thank you very much for being with us at this so late. At this stage, the first day of the Moldova Business Week is closed. We are waiting for you for the second day, starting with tomorrow morning in the same place, online and offline. Thank you.